Chapter 296. Can you be the embers? 1. Martial arts are all strange things. Chung Yang mumbled as he watched the spar. Being close to death and training every day doesn't necessarily make one strong. The training is painful. It is like climbing a wall one is not meant to climb. Chung Yang. But if you put up with it and endure all of that, your time will come. The moment when the shell which surrounds you breaks down. If you cannot see that moment, you cannot see things clearly. And an unbloomed bud will never become a flower. Only when it blooms can the bud be called a flower. That was what flowering meant. The birth of new life. Chung Yang knew the kind of time Bak Chon had spent on himself. No matter how strong and stubborn he was, it was Bak Chon who was struggling. It took more than patience to get through each day's training, all the while being cursed and beaten by Chung Yang. But Bak Chon would endure all of this without a single word. The person who was considered the hope for Mount Hua threw away his pride and didn't hesitate to even crawl on the floor to get stronger. Chung Yang believed in Bak Chion's will. Show me. How far has Mount Hua come? What kind of flowers will start to bloom after a century? Chung Yang's gaze followed Bak Chion's every move. It was weird. It appeared as if Bak Chion's mind was fully taken by it. His body moved with supreme speed, even as his entire body began to heat up. All the while, his mind was calm. Tranquility of stillness. He had heard that too many times, and it had been engraved countless times into his mind. Even so, it seemed like he understood something he had failed to understand before. It wasn't weird. He thought he knew most things. He couldn't feel the pain, and the sword moved as his heart wanted it to move. Seeing things? No. He was feeling things. Swish. Jin Jiam Ryong's sword barely missed his forehead. Shush. The ends of his hair were cut off and scattered by the wind. However, Bak Chon didn't blink an eye and clearly saw all of this. He was able to really know. The distance between him and Jin Jiam Ryong. The gap between the sword tip and his body. The instant he saw the path of Jin Jiam Ryong, and saw where his brother was aiming, it felt like everything fell under the control of Bak Chon. Knowing me isn't everything. He was right. The sword is what you fight with. You don't need enemies to perfect yourself. However, no one in history has ever perfected themselves by being stuck on a mountain and wielding their sword alone. That is also true. The body concentrates on the sword, but the eyes need to look at an opponent. The sword is nothing more than an item being swung in the air when the enemy or I don't exist. If you really want to understand the sword, understand the enemy. Jin Jiam Ryong can do nothing then. See for yourself. Everything about Jin Jiam Ryong. Ironically, Bak Chon understood the opponent more clearly than ever at this moment. Before, he hadn't been able to see it clearly. Even though, in the past, he wanted to jump over and hit him, Bak Chon had never really tried. He believed that if he polished himself, he would eventually surpass that man one day. Such a funny thing. How did he plan to win when he couldn't even understand his opponent at all? He understood it. Accepted it. Ads by Pub Future. All of them dwelled on the sword. The moment Jin Jiam Ryong's shoulder moved, Bak Chon came to know where he would aim. Before his sword could even extend, Bak Chon took a step ahead and slammed Jin Jiam Ryong in the chest with his hand. Being pushed back, he looked flustered by this. Jin Jiam Ryong, who corrected his form, looked at Bak Chon. What is this? Obviously, something had changed here. His movement was now quick, and the staggering flow, too, had disappeared. How can all this change in an instant? Jin Jiam Ryong clenched his teeth. It cannot be like this. Doesn't it feel like he was being pushed back now? And by Bak Chon. This cannot happen. Jin Jiam Ryong rushed to Bak Chon with ferocious force. From the tip of his sword, pure white light shone. Bak Chon took a deep breath and looked at the pure white petals which were flying for him. Right. This was a level of sophistication that was different from the sword of Zhong Xiao Han. Each petal moved like it had life. But looking at this sword, he understood what Chung Yang meant. Don't chase after glamour. If you are enchanted with making your sword look splendid, you will only get swayed by it. It is too gorgeous. Sophisticated. Shiny. What did this mean? Sophistication and splendor are just means to unleash a sword technique. A sword that has its basics forgotten is just empty. Then, what is in my sword? Bak Chon began to move his sword. Gracefully and gently. The tip of the sword moved like it had freedom and wrapped a soft breeze around Bak Chon. My sword doesn't have to be the strongest one in Mount Hua. Not the fastest, flashiest, or most elegant either. None of that mattered. What his sword chased was the spirit of Mount Hua. If the sword of Chung Myung led Mount Hua, his sword would be an example for the disciples of Mount Hua. An unbiased sword. That would be the sword of Bak Chon. Plum blossoms bloomed from the tip of Bak Chion's sword. These blossoms bloomed quietly in the gentle breeze. Plum blossoms blooming on Lotus Peak. Mount Hua turning red. Not flashy or dazzling enough. Nor was it sophisticated enough like Jin Jiam Ryong's technique. Nevertheless, the plum blossoms made people look at Bak Chon. That. The sect leader of Wudang jumped up. How can a child of that age? He seemed shocked. Amitabha. Even the abbot also voiced his shock, unable to hide his surprise. However, the person who showed the greatest reaction of them was Jong Rigik, the sect leader of the Southern Edge sect. He clenched his fist and trembled. His lips were also trembling now. It cannot be. This cannot. The 12-movement snowflower sword developed from the essence of the plum blossom sword technique. The Southern Edge sect came from the essence of the plum blossom sword technique. They refined it, making it better than Mount Hua's technique. Then why couldn't he take his eyes off Bak Chon now? This cannot happen. Damn it. Blooming. Scattering. Ads by Pub Future. The spring plum blossoms. As if to announce the end of their winter, the plum flowers spread across with the warm breeze. The flower which covered the world. A cry announcing that the technique which they thought had vanished from the world was back in the Mount Hua sect. Ah. Hyun Jong groaned. Ah. His eyes were watering up. Are you watching this, my ancestors? What he lost. What Mount Hua lost. But the spirit of Mount Hua was never lost. It would now reappear in the world. Bak Chon was a person who had talent, which any sect would welcome, but he never wanted to leave the collapsing Mount Hua. Every time he saw Bak Chon, Hyun Jong only felt supreme gratitude, affection, and a little pain too. He was now seeing something which Hyun Jong thought he would never see in his life. Bak Chon. I want to get up and cry. That was the sword of Mount Hua. This was the sword you people forgot about. Hyun Jong looked at the plum blossoms with wet eyes. Put our will in the world. Like floating on a cloud. After all, the sword seemingly moved on the fingertips. He was now seeing something which Hyun Jong thought he would never see in his life. Bak Chon. I want to get up and cry. That was the sword of Mount Hua. This was the sword you people forgot about. Hyun Jong looked at the plum blossoms with wet eyes. Put our will in the world. Like floating on a cloud. After all, the sword seemingly moved on the fingertips. If so, wasn't the will already contained within it? It isn't about putting our will into the sword. It was supposed to be our hearts that held our will. If one could hold onto this unshakable center, the sword would naturally follow the heart, which had the will. Take a step. The world, which seemed far from him, was approaching closer. Beyond the sword he wanted to use, he stepped into a place he had never seen before. It was weird. As he spread his sword, he felt warm. It was as if the sword was his body. This is what it means to be a sword of Mount Hua. The more the sword technique was done, the more it could be felt. What were their ancestors trying to do with their swords? What they were trying to convey? It all led to this sword. The will of the creator of the plum blossom sword technique. And the will of those who developed the other techniques of Mount Hua. Everything they wanted to pass on to the next generations was within this sword. And it moved. Adding the will of those who walked before. Right. This was the sword of Mount Hua. Something grew within Bak Chon. The roots dug further into the land, and the stem began to rise up firmly. The branch had finally spread out into the world and would soon spread more. Blooming. The plum blossoms that bloomed from the tip of the branch, called the sword, embraced something different from all others and began to cover Jin Jiam Ryong. The pure white flowers of Jin Jiam Ryong and the red flowers from plum blossoms began to intertwine. Jin Jiam Ryong was wide-eyed. Bak Chion's plum blossoms were gently pushing the flowers around. Not too strong, but firm. How? Jin Jiam Ryong saw this, and the sights of a past situation moved in front of him. A sight engraved into his mind that he would never forget. That was when the plum blossoms of Changmyang had taken him down. Why? Why was this happening again? He trained. Looking for more content. We may have. He broke his body. He practiced and trained. To defeat Changmyang. But leave Changmyang alone. He was being blocked by Bak Cheon's sword, a man he didn't care about. What the hell is this? Something huge inside Jin Jiam Ryong began to crumble. AKKKKKK. He let out a maddened scream, and with blood in his eyes, he swung his sword. Snow flowers bloomed again. A cold and terrifying chi rose up. With a frenzied force coming up, it felt like it wanted to tear down everything. And, like foam being taken down by a typhoon, it hit the plum blossoms of Bak Chon. But, no matter how strong it moved, typhoons cannot push down boulders. The plum blossom of Bak Chon were firmly rooted and only moved toward his opponent. The sharpness and splendor of the snow flowers were being pushed away. Jin Jiam Ryong, realizing that his sword couldn't destroy Bak Cheon's plum blossoms, looked at the plum blossoms in front of him with trembling eyes. The plum blossoms gently pushed away the wind of snow flowers, soared up like in a fantasy, and then moved like the flowers in the spring breeze. Weck. The plum blossoms swept by the warm wind glided across Jin Jiam Ryong's body. And scattered again. And the plum blossom that seemed to fill the place disappeared like an illusion. The hall was filled with silence. No one said a thing. Everyone looked at the stage with wide eyes. And on the stage, two were standing looking at each other. Ha ha. Bak Chon held his red-stained wrist and exhaled roughly. Jin Jiam Ryong looked at him without a word. The silent confrontation between the two continued. You. Jin Jiam Ryong spoke first. But as he went to speak, he went silent and looked at Bak Chon for a while as he asked. What was that? Bak Chon, who was starting to turn pale, said. 24 movement plum blossom sword technique. The plum blossom that seemed to fill the place disappeared like an illusion. The hall was filled with silence. No one said a thing. Everyone looked at the stage with wide eyes. And on the stage, two were standing looking at each other. Ha ha. Bak Chon held his red-stained wrist and exhaled roughly. Jin Jiam Ryong looked at him without a word. The silent confrontation between the two continued. You. Jin Jiam Ryong spoke first. But as he went to speak, he went silent and looked at Bak Chon for a while as he asked. What was that? Bak Chon, who was starting to turn pale, said. 24 movement plum blossom sword technique. Small but firm. Plum blossoms in full bloom. Jin Jiam Ryong smiled at those words and looked at Bak Chon, who looked like he would collapse with a single step. Plum blossoms in full bloom are admiration. If not, what a name. Jin Jiam Ryong collapsed. Thud. Looking down at his fallen brother, Bak Chon quietly closed his eyes. Hyang. There was only one thing that made the difference between victory and defeat. Did he win? Bak Chon didn't defeat the man. But it was the sword of Mount Hua which defeated the Southern Edge sect. Now. He smiled. For now, this is good enough. The sun shone on him as he turned around. N-O-V-E in.C, Om. As if to bless him for showing off his true Mount Hua sword. The winner is Bak Chon of Mount Hua! Exclamation mark. Amid the cheers, Bak Chon moved slowly to the disciples of Mount Hua, running towards him with tears and cheers. Chapter 297. Can you be the embers? 2. Sasak. Sehyang. Woe. Sehyang. Sehyang GG. The disciples of Mount Hua rushed to Bak Chon, who was making his way down. You won. You won. Insane. You defeated Jin Jiam Ryong. Bak Sang was the first to embrace Bak Chon as he burst into tears. Sehyung. Sehyung. Orc. Bak Sang couldn't hold back his tears. He knew how Bak Chon had almost pushed himself to death in order to defeat Jin Jiam Ryong. Bak Sang was the one who had placed the most trust in him, so Bak Sang couldn't hold back his tears. Don't cry. Sehyung. Bak Chon smiled softly. I came back after a nice win. Why are you crying? You should be congratulating me. Yeah, for real. Congratulations. Sehyung. Bak Chon nodded and then grabbed the hand of Bak Sang and shook it. Thank you. His wrist throbbed. The pain he had forgotten during the fight had begun to creep back into his body, yet Bak Chon still smiled. Now, even the pain feels good. He had finally climbed past the wall, which had seemed impossibly tall. For Bak Chon, this was the most important fact over anything else. I need to treat you. Right. Yu Yisael grabbed Bak Chon with a calm face. But anyone who knew her could see that the corners of her lips, which were normally in a straight line, were subtly raised. Bak Chon defeated Jin Jiam Ryong. This did not only mean that the battle between the two brothers had come to an end. It meant that Mount Hua, which was seen as the lower sect, had finally leaped over the southern edge sect. Really, you did well, Sehyung. No. Bak Chon shook his head quietly. If it weren't for you all, I wouldn't have been able to do anything by myself. All thanks to you. The disciples of Mount Hua all looked at each other and smiled. This burning feeling. You were smiling. It cooled down in an instant. The eyes of the disciples of Mount Hua turned to one side at once. Chang Yang was walking toward them. Why is he mad again? We won. We won. He is crazy. We need to back off. Chang Yang, who came in close, looked at Bak Chon. You were smiling. If you had fought well, you could have won without being hurt. Even with that cut on your hand, you can smile. Bak Chion's face contorted with those words. Still, this much damage isn't huge. Oh my, what a world. The damage to your hand isn't such a big thing, huh? With only some damage to their branches, would the trees still be able to stand so tall? Bak Chon looked around, asking for help, but each of the sages he looked at rushed to avoid his gaze. You damn bastards. What? No respect for their Sehyung. Warm home. My ass. This is shit. The same people who cheered for him a moment ago were now slowly retreating back. I told you to keep your calm, but what do you do despite me saying that? I'd rather go and read some sutras to the fucking cows. Even the cows listen well. Oh my. What do I do with you people? Just what? It felt like their ears would bleed. More than Bak Chion's hand, which was still throbbing. Ads by Pub Future. Why? Does nagging make one move forward? Bak Chon wanted to beat his former self, who almost gave away the fight. It was a time when he was seriously thinking about how to get away from this situation. Chang Yang stopped his nagging and looked at Bak Chon. What? And he opened his mouth and said, Still, you did well. Ah. Anyway, the result is what matters. If you broke the sword of the Southern Edge sect, you did well. Did you eat something bad? I will go get my money. Chang Yang waved his hand and walked to the gambling stall. Looking at his back, Bak Chon widened his eyes. What is with that guy? If it were normal, he would keep nagging until their ears were bleeding, but he ended it there. Sasuk. Sehyung. Bak Chon nodded to the sages, who were greeting and applauding him again. You did well. Stupid guy. After 3 years, he finally praised him. It was cold. Unlike the cheers below, there was only silence at the podium with the sect leaders. No one could speak. It wasn't just because of the outcome of the spar. Of course, the fact that Mount Hua's Bak Chon had defeated Southern Edge's Jin Jiam Ryong was surprising. However, the reason the sect leaders were silent wasn't because of that outcome. That sword. Hyo De-jinan looked at Bak Chon, surrounded by his Sehyung and sages with sunken eyes. Of course, this wasn't the first time they had seen the plum blossom sword technique of Mount Hua. Didn't they already congratulate Mount-Hua's sect leader for being able to get back his sect's martial arts? However, recovering lost martial arts and regaining its true essence were two different things. Bak Chon had now proved that Mount-Hua didn't just get the shell of Mount-Hua's martial arts but regained the true essence of the sect. In other words, it must mean that the plum blossoms of Mount-Hua, which commanded the world, have returned. Something they couldn't understand. If you can realize the true meaning of one's martial arts and use it at the same level as in the past, then why was a teacher's existence even necessary? Martial arts, which represent the prestigious sects, were complicated. Therefore, even if it was one of the best in the world, it wasn't easy to understand and teach it. Then did someone teach the plum blossom sword technique to them? But by what means and who taught that martial art which had disappeared for years? Hyo Dajinan bit his lip. Anyway, one thing is certain. If that martial art has been fully restored, then the world would not be able to ignore Mount-Hua. And maybe they can go against anyone in the world. A great sense of crisis came onto him. It was because they had a feeling that this competition they were in, the one where they called Mount-Hua a Taoist sect, was shattered, emerging as something different. Hyo Dajinan slowly turned his head and looked at the expressions of the other sect leaders. Maybe he wasn't the only one thinking that. Most of the sect leaders were staring at Bak Chon with serious faces. Of course. You almost lost your soul at the sight. Southern Edge's Jong Rigik looked so shocked that he hadn't even shut his mouth. Well, Jin Jiam Ryong was known to be the best and most anticipated by the world, and his sect leader was also proud of this. Since he had now been defeated by the righteous sword of Hua and not even Mount-Hua's divine dragon, could he handle the shock? In particular, Mount-Hua and Southern Edge were known to have a tough relationship, and it was known that when one died, the other would rise. So this devastating defeat by the disciples of Mount-Hua in a place full of other people watching would be an irreversible blow to the sect. The sect leader looking lost was only to be expected. On the other hand, Hyun Jong, Mount-Hua's sect leader, was looking at his disciples. Ha! Hyo Dajinan smiled. Such an interesting person. Ads by Pub Future. Rather, if Hyun Jong had sat too tall and smiled, maybe Hyo Dajinan would have hated him. It was hard to hate someone who looked so innocent and genuinely touched by his disciples' actions. Mount-Hua. Mount-Hua, how far will you go? N-O, vel, B, in.c, om. Ah. Yoon Jong and Jo Gul were shocked. Why you cannot participate? When Yoon Jong shouted, shocked, Hyun Sang nodded and said, the veins in his muscles aren't fully damaged, but if he overdoes it, he will have problems in the later stages of life. No, what? Jo Gul seemed shocked. Jo Gul seemed shocked. He had defeated Jin Jiam Ryong. He finally broke through the wall, and his skills were finally blooming, but now he had to abstain from the rest of this competition. What was this? Is there no other way? There are countless ways. Then why? To Jo Gul, who earnestly wanted answers, Hyun Sang said. But there is no way that they wouldn't leave after effects on the wrist. With such words, you understand, right? Jo Gul, who wanted to say something, went silent. He knew that what Hyun Sang said was right. But he regretted it. Sasuk. Jo Gul looked at Bak Chon with worried eyes. Bak Chon spoke in a calm voice. Then I will abstain. Sasuk. Both Yoon Jong and Jo Gul looked shocked at Bak Chon, who was smiling. This is unavoidable. But I don't regret it. He shook his head and asked the two. Why are we here? That. When they didn't answer, Bak Chon answered for them. We are not here to win. We are here to show the world the sword of Mount-Hua and that we haven't fallen. So I did my job. Sasuk. Now the rest is up to you. Looking at Bak Chon smiling like he had no regrets, the two of them nodded their heads. Strangely, Bak Chon looked a lot bigger to them now. Of course, if I hadn't been injured, he'd have tried to get a little more results, but this is unavoidable. Don't bother. Ah. Bak Chon turned his head at the voice which had just entered. It was Yu Yaseo who was looking at him with an indifferent face. Same. Even if you weren't injured, this is how far Sasuk would go. Bak Chon frowned at her words. Are you saying that my skills aren't good enough? Yu Yisale shook her head. It isn't that. The person who wins the next spar is Sasuk's opponent. And Yu Yisale pointed to her back. The one winning that will spar with that man. She pointed to Chung Myung, who was counting money. Him? Yes. That one. Bak Chon, who stared at him, looked at Yu Yisale and smiled, a smile saying that he wouldn't have to do something troubling now. The regrets disappeared right away. I know. Personalized content tailored to your preferences. It wouldn't have made any sense. No, it might be better to get out of there than to face that crazy guy on the stage. Who? How dare you draw your sword against me? Bak Chion's body trembled at the thought of Chung Myung saying that to him. I don't know, maybe it is a good thing. Same here. Better to walk out clean. It was then. What are you talking about? Ugh. Yoon Jong looked back in surprise. When did he come? Chung Myung stood next to them with the sack of money. It took a second for the guy to collect his money and then count it. Nothing, just the next spar is yours. Is that so? Chung Myung nodded and set the sack on the ground. Take care of this. Okay. And my opponent. Lee Song Bak. Chung Myung scratched his chin as he heard it. I think we have beaten the Southern Edge sect quite a lot, but they keep getting tangled with us. Haha, although this is the relationship between Mount Hua and Southern Edge, this is too much. Will you get it done easily? There is nothing easy or laid back in my dictionary. Chung Myung looked at them. If you take things laid back, one can get stabbed with even a broom. And even an idiot can cut me down with a sword in hand. It is the same whether it is a man or woman. Seeing Chung Myung burn with passion, Bak Chon smiled. For the first time, thank you, Jin Jiam Ryong. Realizing that he had almost made his way to fight this man, Bak Chon felt thankful to his brother. Sehyang. Seeing Jin Jiam Ryong brought down from the stage, the disciples of Southern Edge turned pale. Jin Jiam Ryong had lost. Not anyone else but Jin Jiam Ryong. And this defeat felt different to their sect, waves of emotions that couldn't be compared to the cheers of Mount Hua. No one would deny that Jin Jiam Ryong had the greatest chance to become the best in the world. Among the second-class disciples of Southern Edge, he was like a master. Wasn't he the one who managed to let the Southern Edge sect keep its name with his overwhelming talent and effort? But he was defeated by Bak Chon, not Chung Myung, and this was even more shocking to them. Almost all the disciples began to panic. Feeling the atmosphere fall down, Lee Song Bak closed his eyes. It is finished. This cannot be changed. The defeat of Jin Jiam Ryong was not a simple matter. As long as the 12-movement Snowflower Sword was broken, no disciple of Southern Edge would raise their sword or heads against Mount Hua. The despair that the disciples of Mount Hua felt in the past was what the Southern Edge sect felt now. No, it was more than despair, and they would have a hard time getting out of this. Then, what to do from now on? Lee Song Bak raised his head and looked up. And he looked at Chung Myung, already making his way up. Lee Song Bak, who was staring at him, then said, I will go. He could feel the helpless eyes of the disciples behind him. Rather. No words could continue, but it wasn't tough to guess what would come next. Rather, why don't you just abstain? He understood that the loss of Jin Jiam Ryong hit the Southern Edge sect too hard, and the fact that Lee Song Bak couldn't win against Chung Myung was also known. Their words meant that it would be better to step back than to show a defeated form to so many people. And it did make sense, but Lee Song Bak walked forward with a calm face. Right. Maybe this was a stupid action. However, he who doesn't know to walk ahead will not be able to grow. His steps were straight for Chung Myung. Chapter 298. Can you be the embers? 3. Looking at the stairs leading up to the stage, Lee Song-bak took a deep breath. The stairs were nothing, but the one waiting on the stage, Chung Myung, gave him pause. The stairs are fine. You climb, and you move up. In return for a little physical effort, you definitely move upwards. But unlike the stairs in other places, the stairs to martial arts don't always pay reliable effort back in full. Even if his sword was swung again and again, and his conviction was right, the path only became more obscured. When one thought about it that way, maybe Lee Song-bak could be considered lucky. Because he was. Someone made sure he was put back on the right path. Tack. 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 Lee Song-bak, who climbed the stairs with firm steps, looked at the man on the other end of the stage. A face with no tension, as if he had just come out for a walk. He had long hair tied up, but even that was messy, falling around his face. There was the expression of being dragged here. Lee Song-bak knew no man that would have that look. But he knew that this man was a lot stronger than Bak Chon and Jin Jiam-raung. We meet again, Mount Hua's divine dragon. Just call me Chung Myung. Then I will do that, disciple Chung Myung. Lee Song-bak looked at Chung Myung with a new expression. What a strange person. When he first met Chung Myung, he had no fame attached to his name. Mount Hua was a failing sect that had nothing to protect, and Chung Myung was their youngest disciple. Between then and now, it could be said that enough things came to pass, enough to fill in the void between heaven and earth. The current Chung Myung was the greatest among the candidates for the best in the world position, who came like a storm. Lee Song-bak, who climbed the stairs with firm steps. His stairs were nothing, but the one waiting on the stage, Chung Myung, gave him pause. The stairs are fine. You climb, and you move up. In return for a little physical effort, you definitely move upwards. But unlike the stairs in other places, the stairs to martial arts don't always pay reliable effort back in full. Even if his sword was swung again and again, and his conviction was right, the path only became more obscured. When one thought about it that way, maybe Lee Song-bak could be considered lucky. Because he was. Someone made sure he was put back on the right path. Tack. 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 Lee Song-bak, who climbed the stairs with firm steps, looked at the man on the other end of the stage. A face with no tension, as if he had just come out for a walk. He had long hair tied up, but even that was messy, falling around his face. There was the expression of being dragged here. Lee Song-bak knew no man that would have that look. But he knew that this man was a lot stronger than Bak Chon and Jin Jiam-raung. We meet again, Mount Hua's divine dragon. Just call me Chung Myung. Then I will do that, disciple Chung Myung. Lee Song-bak looked at Chung Myung with a new expression. What a strange person. When he first met Chung Myung, he had no fame attached to his name. Mount Hua was a failing sect that had nothing to protect, and Chung Myung was their youngest disciple. Between then and now, it could be said that enough things came to pass, enough to fill in the void between heaven and earth. The current Chung Myung was the greatest among the candidates for the best in the world position, who came like a storm from Mount Hua and was someone who was proudly acknowledged by most. Still. Are you smiling? Ah no. Lee Song-bak covered his lips. It just made me smile that disciple Chung Myung hasn't changed at all. Chung Myung tilted his head. And why smile for that? I don't know either. I just thought it was interesting. Well, you can think whatever you want. Chung Myung smiled. It is only natural for things to not change. If Chung Myung had really been a young child, maybe he would have tried to stand as tall as Mount Hua. He would have been blinded by his own strength. But in reality, he was an old man who had gone through many kinds of battles in life and gained a much greater name and wider recognition before being reborn here. If such a person was recognized as just your average best in the world, could he really be able to be proud of that? It was weird to take pride in that. Chang Yang looked at Li Song back. After confirming that his expression was calm, Chang Yang smiled. Ah, the Southern Edge sect seems to be ruined. Rather, it exploded down here. Li Song back's shoulders trembled at this. That mouth really hasn't changed. It was like throwing salt in his wounds. There is hope. Ah. I don't think there is any hope though. If you can find hope there, it is like thinking you will find gold oysters. Well, you know that, right? A gold one might come if you go after the oysters in the right way. How could he be sarcastic at this moment? Li Song back was a bit irritated. Don't talk. Never get into a verbal fight with this person. He had learned that lesson in the past and decided never to get caught up in it. And Chang Yang smiled. How about moving into Mount Hua? Ads by Pub Future. Ah. Li Song back was shocked at this. It wasn't because he was tempted, but he was surprised. I am a disciple of the Southern Edge sect. I know. Chang Yang put his finger in his ear and said. But what about that? The Southern Edge sect will take a year to clean up its teachings and start back from new waters. No. It would be half a year for you. Isn't it better to move into a good sect than to hold onto a ruined sect? A bitter laugh escaped from Li Song back. The Southern Edge sect might have said such things to Chang Yang 3 years ago. If they knew what kind of existence Chang Yang was, they would have done anything to have him join their Southern Edge sect. But now, Chang Yang was doing that to Li Song back. To be honest, I am a little happy that you offered that. But I will have to decline. Oh. Chang Yang looked like he was interested in his response. The reason? Simple, I am a disciple of the Southern Edge sect. Li Song back drew his sword. And you didn't abandon Mount Hua when it was falling, I will not abandon mine either. Even if all that is left is ashes. Then, a calm reply followed. I will become the embers to start a new fire. Li Song back spoke in a firm manner. It wasn't a matter of looking strong or weak. He was announcing that he was a swordsman who would stick to the path he had chosen, and this made Chang Yang smile. Can you be the embers? I am here to find out. Oh. As Chang Yang said this, he nodded his head and touched the sword around his waist. Is that so? And he pulled out his sword, still wrapped in its sheath. Then let's check it out. As Chang Yang pointed his sword, Li Song back frowned. You will not draw your sword. I will when I feel I need to. Li Song back nodded his head. He understood the difference between him and Chang Yang. So he wasn't brave enough to ask the guy to draw his sword. Do not be shaken. What he had to do here was check himself, not build up some unneeded pride. Li Song back took a deep breath and bowed his head. Pour out everything right here. And finally, with the will to simply check something, he lifted his head. Now. Calm. What? Ah. At that moment, Chang Yang rushed for Li Song back and slammed the sheathed sword at his head. Li Song back's eyes widened like they would pop out. Quick. Silence fell around. Pin drop silence. Li Song back, who looked stiff like a log, fell forward. How dare you look down? In front of him, Chang Yang squatted with a smirk. Ads by Pub Future. Bak Chon, who watched this, applauded without realizing it. He is dead. Dead. Ah. That hit must take him to the doors of death. Mount Hua's disciples were all expressing their feelings. ND finally, with the will to simply check something, he lifted his head. Now. Calm. What? Ah. At that moment, Chang Yang rushed for Li Song back and slammed the sheathed sword at his head. Li Song back's eyes widened like they would pop out. Quick. Silence fell around. Pin drop silence. Li Song back, who looked stiff like a log, fell forward. How dare you look down? In front of him, Chang Yang squatted with a smirk. In front of him, Chung Yang squatted with a smirk. Ads by Pub Future. Bak Chon, who watched this, applauded without realizing it. He is dead. Dead. Ah. That hit must take him to the doors of death. Mount Hua's disciples were all expressing their feelings. But didn't he call that young one from the Southern Edge sect their new hope? Look at him saying that and then burying that guy in the dirt. Very Chung Yang-like. Giving hope and cutting down the necks. As expected, that guy does things that no human would think of. Amazing. For real, man. However, no matter their sentiments, Chung Yang didn't seem to hear them. And he stabbed the poor guy in the shoulder, who was face down. Dead. Doesn't look like it. Hey. Get up. You cannot fall down after just this. You said you wanted to revive Southern Edge. How will the guy who falls down in one hit do that? Get up quickly. Everyone, including Bak Chon, who watched this, smiled. There is no other Asura around. He wants to take down the opponent he threw down by raising him up again. Amazing. Wonderful. He can probably get a job down in hell too. He might even get treated like the brother of the King of Fire one. From today, before going to bed, I will bow down twice to that young on stage and then sleep. Isn't that something you do for the dead? Right. Joe Gould was aghast. This man wasn't normal. The one refereeing this spar was also shocked that he raised his hand late. This match is won by Mount Hua's Chung. Wait. At Chung Yang's cry, the man went silent, and then Lee Song-bak groaned. Ugh. UK. Lee Song-bak managed to stand up with trembling hands. And after barely getting up, he staggered a little before raising his sword again. I am fine. I will continue. The referee went up to him and asked with a worried face. Are you really fine? I can continue. I was just a bit careless. It must have been shocking. No. I was careless. Lee Song-bak denied this, and the referee nodded his head. Then be careful. Yes. When the referee stepped back, Lee Song-bak looked to Chung Yang and apologized. I am sorry. I was a bit too excited. I am fine, I can. Drip. A line of blood flowed from the head of Lee Song-bak. You don't look good. I am fine. It feels like you will die here. I am fine. Oh, 1 minute. He ripped his clothes, wrapped them around his head, and nodded, looking at Chung Yang after stopping the bleeding. Thank you for waiting. Wiping off the blood on his face made him look better, but it was still a bit pitiful. The audience all began to shout and cheer for Lee Song-bak, who wanted to continue. Cheer up, Lee Song-bak. Kill that demon. What a cowardly move. No conscience. See what personalized content we have based on your browser. Hearing that, Chung Yang rubbed his ears. What? It's the fault of the guy looking down after coming up on the stage. Because this was a stage, a sparring one at that, and he only broke his head. If this were a battlefield, then his head would have been cut off. Unlike the audience, Lee Song-bak spoke with a sorry face. I know it is pointless, but can I request to fight again? Chung Yang scratched his cheek. You are dead. Kind of guessed that. Lee Song-bak sighed with a disappointed face. But even if you die once, there is a chance. Well. This isn't something that you can understand. Chung Yang smiled, raised his sheathed sword, and aimed it at Lee Song-bak. Let's do it again. Thank you. Lee Song-bak raised his sword and looked at Chung Yang with determined eyes. I died once before. His sword was a sword of defense. However, he couldn't stop the attack of his opponent. It was a mistake that could have killed him. And the excuse that he had made a mistake wouldn't have worked if his opponent was someone other than Chung Yang. But now, his opponent was Chung Yang. So there is nothing to be afraid of. His tense body relaxed, and it felt like bleeding actually helped him calm down. His complicated mind, which felt like it would explode, calmed. Lee Song-bak's thoughts became clear. Except for himself and Chung Yang, it felt like everyone around had faded away. Seeing his formidable concentration, Chung Yang smiled. He knew it. This child was an interesting one. So shouldn't he check him out properly? Was he worthy of walking down the path he chose? Chung Yang took his stance. A form in which his feet and shoulders were wide apart and his sword was gently held. The basic form any swordsman was taught in the root of Mount Hua. It is a form that was the standard for the equilibrium of 6 swords. Looking for perfection might be difficult, but yes. Difficult. Chang Nyang's voice was low. Is that so? Saying that, Chang Nyang took a step forward and swung downward with his sword. And Li Song back saw it. N-O-V-E in .C, Om. It was just one step, but Chang Nyang felt so much closer. What is this? Soon Chang Nyang's sword fell down on Li Song back. Quang. In an instant, dust rose from all directions on the stage, and a wave of dust covered the crowd. Blood could be seen in the eyes of Li Song back. This is a simple small drop. A simple knockdown. But by just blocking it, the hands of Li Song back twisted as if they would break, and his legs and waist were screaming for the force to be lifted. The eyes of Chang Nyang, who saw this, shone coldly. It is good to see it. The path you are going to take from now on. A cold voice with an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Cold sweat began to trickle down the back of Li Song back. TLN, since the underworld in Korean culture is known to be a fiery pit. Chapter 299. Can you be the embers? 4. Those eyes. A cold gaze pressed down on Li Song back. The moment those eyes looked at him, Li Song back was filled with a sensation he had never felt before. A feeling as if a sharply forged dagger was touching his heart. Just how? He thought he knew enough. Who was he dealing with now? But the moment he saw those cold eyes, Li Song back's thoughts became twisted. Maybe I didn't know everything about him. Clench. Ugh. As Chang Nyang lowered his sword, Li Song back looked at the guy and screamed. What are you looking at? As the cold voice reached for Li Song back, Chang Nyang said. There is nothing easier than talking. But putting it into practice is another matter. What are you going to do now? Bang. Chang Nyang slammed his sword into Li Song back, making the guy helplessly fly backward like a leaf swept up by a storm. Quang. He fell to the ground and got back up right away. His body was trembling. When he raised his head, he saw Chang Nyang's figure slowly approach with a sword in hand. Li Song back bit his lip hard. Is there anyone else in the world who is that good with that form? Chang Nyang spoke with a sullen look. Swinging your sword 10,000 times daily isn't that difficult. He kept approaching slowly. But the world isn't static. Sometimes it rains, and sometimes it snows, and maybe even sometimes you will meet someone like me. Then will you keep swinging your sword after meeting someone like me? Li Song back looked at the sword of Chang Nyang and said. I don't know. Chang Nyang's sword struck him violently. Woong. Li Song back suppressed a groan and moved his sword forward to block the next strike from Chang Nyang. There is nothing that cannot be done. Quick. Chang Nyang's sword fell on Li Song back once again. His sword was bending as if it would break, and his hands were screaming in pain. His hands that were holding the sword were starting to trickle blood, and the lip he was biting was also bleeding, leaving the taste of iron in his mouth. Chang Nyang looked at him with an indifferent expression. The absence of his usual expressionless appearance made the heart of Li Song back stiffen. At that moment, Chang Nyang pulled back the sword he was holding and stepped back. But then he tried to strike Li Song back with his sword again. A precise move with no wasted movement. A sword that was brought down in a slash. But Li Song back was thinking about something different. Why? Li Song back desperately twisted his body. Tack. The sword of Chang Nyang passed by his neck. Even though it was sheathed, the skin on his neck was torn from the wind pressure, and a little blood oozed out. Just how? The last thing he saw was Chang Nyang stepping back and shifting his stance to strike again, and then almost instantly, the sword was already at his neck. He was missing the middle part. No. No. Since it was a sword that moved in perfect motion, it felt as if a series of stabbing motions had occurred. It was perfect. This was what needed to be looked for. Am I that far off? Li Song back's body trembled. It wasn't a difficult thing, setting goals. And it wasn't too difficult to try and crush the body to reach the goal, either. What was truly difficult was letting yourself be weighed down by the knowledge that there was a large distance between you and your goal. Ads by Pub Future. Lee Song-bak, who had seen the goal he had to pursue with his own eyes, felt stunned at this seemingly endless road. Young 1. Bang! Chung Young's sword aimed for his ribs. Crack! With an impact that made him think his ribs were broken, Lee Song-bak coughed up blood. And like an infant thrown to the side, he crashed to the floor. Quack! Thud! He grabbed onto the ground. Drops of blood dripped from his nose and mouth. Tremble! Even so, he stood up. No matter how hard it gets, can you persevere with just your will? Asked Chung Young coldly. If it were that easy, where in the world would there be someone who hadn't become a master? Wake up. Prove to me where you are. That you deserve to pursue perfection. Lee Song-bak raised his sword. His knees staggered and bent, and his hand trembled while holding his sword, but he managed to stand. Ha! Ha! He screamed as he rushed for Chung Young. His sword produced an illusion of 10 swords aimed at the body of Chung Young. Unlike his shaky body, the sword chi was clear. But foolish act. Chung Young struck him down without even moving much. His foot on the floor hadn't even moved an inch, and there was no movement in his waist. The only thing that moved was his shoulder blades and the sword, which was stretched out. Bang! 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 Lee Song-bak's sword bounced back. With his shoulders and chest open, the sword of Chung Young moved in without mercy. Thud! Lee Song-bak coughed up more blood and was thrown into the air. At this point, the expressions of the spectators were turning scared. Shouldn't they be stopped? The opponent cannot stand. Isn't it already done? Why is the referee not stopping them? The guy will die. How did that child even come to this stage being that weak? There were too many questions they had. This wasn't even a spar in the first place. If this were truly a spar, one would fight with someone equal, but that wasn't happening here. It happened again. Isn't this crazy? What the hell is this? That. Everyone looked in awe at Lee Song-bak, who was getting back up again. His wrist was swollen, and the man looked like he could faint at any moment. Blood dripped from his mouth, and his chest was stained red. He looked like a decent guy, but now he looked half dead with his hair all messed up. There was no winning in this fight. Yet Lee Song-bak was standing back up. And that moment. Shush! Lee Song-bak's sword moved naturally like flowing water as it flowed downwards. Swish! A blue sword chi shone right next to Chung Young and moved to the side. Slash! The sword touched the stage and cut it neatly. Swish! Lee Song-bak's sword, which hadn't lost any of its force even after it was deflected, left a deep scar in the ground, right in front of the audience. Thud! After that, the guy staggered and partially collapsed. At the same time, the audience went silent. Hundreds of spars had happened up till now, but such a thing hadn't happened before. Numerous people came up and were confident about winning, showing off their martial arts, but this was the first time that someone had left such a scar in their hearts. Someone started to say something but then shut their mouth. Ads by Pub Future. Everyone knew what that person was trying to say. The person called Lee Song-bak wasn't weak. No, he might have been one of the strongest ones they had seen here. So, what of the scene unfolding now? However, in spite of this commotion, Chung Young just looked at Lee Song-bak. I don't know about the sword of the Southern Edge sect. If he said he knew, then it would be a whole different thing. However, in spite of this commotion, Chung Young just looked at Lee Song-bak. I don't know about the sword of the Southern Edge sect. If he said he knew, then it would be a whole different thing. Chung Young wasn't confident about it. He knew clearly what he could and couldn't do. It was the same with the Southern Edge sect. No matter how hard they tried, they could not recreate the essence of Mount Hua with their technique. No matter how objectively and calmly he analyzed their sword technique, he could not understand the soul that was within the sword of the Southern Edge sect either. That was the responsibility of Lee Song-bak. And there was only one thing Chung Young could do. Ask, and then check it out. Can you walk down that path? Perhaps it was more thorny of a path than the one Chang Yang had taken. Was Li Songbak the kind of person who could walk it, and... Swish! Chang Yang gently took a step. The plum blossom sword technique wasn't needed. The flashy movement and essence of Mount Hua were meaningless right now. Right now, he was just the mountain testing Li Songbak. Bang! Li Songbak's sword firmly blocked the sword of Chang Yang. It wasn't a sword that had been used before now. This was a sword that embraced its strength through softness, blocking Chang Yang. Not enough. But there was nothing wrong with that. Bang! 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 Chang Yang kept attacking him. As soon as his sword bounced back, he stabbed at the flank, and when his sword was rebuffed again, he aimed for the ankles. His sword, which was aimed at the ankles, seemed to also slap his opponent's flank. After deflecting the blocking sword, he stabbed at the chest again. It was only natural. After all, a sword was something that stabs, blocks, and slashes. The moment you perfectly continue to stab, block and slash, you become one with your sword. That was what it meant to be a swordsman. The sword came from simplicity. It took specific, simple movements and made them into techniques. That was the process of how a sword technique developed, but results were never easy to attain. As if he was in a storm, it felt as if the blade fell down from all directions on Li Songbak. The aftershock of the sword, which he felt countless times, was abundant enough to literally cover Li Songbak's entire body. In the storm of pouring attacks, Li Songbak let himself go. He looked at the sword flying towards him with hazy eyes. For what am I standing here? His body had crossed its limits already. He didn't even feel any sensation from the places that were struck, and even standing up was hard. Win. He wouldn't even dream about such a thing. Then why bother standing here? Wouldn't it be easier to sit down? But unlike the confusion in his head, his sword was moving regardless of his will. 1,000 times a day, no, 10,000 times. In the wind, rain, and snow, he had swung the sword he was holding now, and even if it didn't hold his will, he was the only one defending the sword of Southern Edge and moving on his own. A sword that filled the world was poured out. Did he have any reason to be afraid? After all, the world was made up of 36 directions. If he could block all directions, then no sword could touch him. Li Songbak's sword landed in the 36th direction. Not fast nor slow. The right path. The sword, which was completely filled with his will, began to fall. Kang. Blocked. Kwang. Kwang. Blocked. The world had turned scary so fast. Those who wished to move ahead should have the strength to protect themselves. His sword was the blocking kind, and it was a sword that could be held without hesitation. The heavenly 36 movement sword. The sword technique of Southern Edge, which had existed a century ago, was now resurfacing, all in the hands of Li Songbak. Everyone watched this with their mouths open. Continuous attacks fell, and the sword kept blocking it without being shattered. Bak Chon clenched his fist. Personalized recommendations. The wound on his wrist opened a little, letting blood flow, but he didn't feel any pain. Is this an endless fight? The scene showed the history of Mount Hua and Southern Edge fighting each other. This was a scene that could only be seen in a fantasy situation alone. But the result of the fantasy situation didn't last long. Pack. Pack. One blocked, and the other attacked. That could not continue forever. The sword of Chang Yang moved through the defense of Li Songbak and began to hit his body again. Li Songbak, who couldn't even scream, was thrown back. Thud. With his body in tatters, he fell to the edge of the stage. The audience bit their lips. Defeat. It was a tragic defeat. But who here would dare criticize or make fun of Li Songbak? Everyone thought that the fierce fight was over and prepared to applaud the loser this time. Save just one person. Tack. Chang Yang didn't lower his sword and aimed for Li Songbak on the ground. And a roar came out. Does he want to do more damage? Isn't he too cruel? He is someone who lost consciousness. It was then. Flinch. The fingers of Li Songbak, who were on the ground, moved and then pushed off the ground. Everyone held their breath as Li Songbak stood up on his hands and then fell back down. His broken arm was unable to support his body. People shut their eyes at this dreadful sight. Stop it. Someone end this. But Li Songbak didn't stop. With the other arm, which wasn't broken, he pushed on the floor and tried to get up. He stumbled down again and again, in the stillness where even the drop of a pin could be heard. Again and again, the sound of Li Song-bak falling down could be heard. Li Song-bak, who finally managed to get up, looked at Chang Myung with unfocused eyes. And he pulled up his broken hand and grabbed his sword, even as he spread his legs shoulder distance apart. Only then did he point his sword forward. Upper hit. The start of Mount Hua and Southern Edge's sword. Everything that goes around comes around. His consciousness had gone dark, yet Li Song-bak, who got up, was still able to do this. As a swordsman, he was choosing the path of endless asceticism, which didn't allow him to fall. Chang Myung looked at him quietly and nodded his head. And he said with the utmost respect, Mount Hua's disciple Chang Myung is requesting to spar with the Southern Edge's disciple Li Song-bak. He didn't hear an answer, but that didn't matter. Chang Myung lowered his sword. The sword was lowered to the ground and rotated to point toward the sky. Upper hit. The sword Chang Myung positioned was the same as Li Song-bak. One strike. The best sword response he could give to Li Song-bak now. Pang! It felt like the air was moved aside, and a typhoon burst in. And it stopped right in front of Li Song-bak's forehead. Chang Myung retrieved his sword and put it at his waist, and looked at Li Song-bak. The unfocused eyes of Li Song-bak stared at him. Maybe you will be walking on a more difficult path than me. But Chang Myung looked at the guy who seemingly muttered, I learned well. Did he imagine those words? Li Song-bak's body began to collapse. Chang Myung reached out and supported the guy before he fell down. You were amazing. His hands tapped the back of Li Song-bak. Here. The soul of the Southern Edge sect was still alive. Even now. Chapter 300. Can you be the embers? 5. The disciples of the Southern Edge sect looked toward the stage with trembling eyes. Was he that strong? They had thought that they had seen the end of Chang Myung's power. Even though their Jin Jiam Ryong was taken down by that man, they thought they had seen the true extent of his powers. But what Chang Myung showed them now was much different from what they had seen previously. He now looked like a wall. No, it was really a cliff that could never be climbed. A cliff so incredibly tall it would be impossible to see the ledge as it was covered by clouds. That was what Chang Myung represented for the disciples of the Southern Edge sect. But Saze, Sehyung. Yet there he was. A person who had attempted to climb this cliff, something that most people wouldn't have even dared to consider. The disciples couldn't take their eyes off Li Song-bak. We ignored you too much. Jong Soen bit his lip. He ridiculed this child, saying he didn't want to accept his new obsession with that old form. Previously, they had thought that this man, who was acknowledged as one of the strongest disciples of the sect, had found a comfortable excuse just because he had stumbled once. But they now knew that they were wrong. Li Song-bak was just walking on his own path, despite them all looking at him with contempt. The winner is Mount Hua's Chang Myung. The results were announced, but it was a voice filled with fear, which changed nothing. The Southern Edge, Mount Hua, and even the audience were all silent as they looked at the stage. TCH. Chang Myung carried the fallen Li Song-bak on his shoulders and walked to the side of the Southern Edge sect. Tap. 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 Seeing him approach, the eyes of the Southern Edge disciples shined with confusion. Chang Myung finally stopped and asked, What are you all doing? You don't want him. Shaken out of their stupor, the disciples all ran forward to take care of Li Song-bak. All their faces were contorted at the sight of the wounds, which looked more serious than they had expected. Saze. Jong Soen clenched his fist. Normally he would have yelled at Chang Myung. He would have shouted at the guy for acting this cruelly, but he couldn't do that now. Because that would be an insult to Li Song-bak. Take Saze inside. Hurry. Yes, Sehyung. The disciples carefully gathered up Li Song-bak and headed inside as Jong Soen looked at Chang Myung. Jin Jiam Ryong was still unconscious. This was also a situation where their elders would step out. In that In that case, he should take up their role. But what was he supposed to say? Jong So-eun hesitated, unable to organize his thoughts, but Chung Myung spoke first. Grow up well. Bye. With that, Chung Myung turned and left like there was nothing more to be said. Jong So-eun bit his lip and shouted back. How? Ah. Without turning around, Chung Myung only turned his head slightly, looking back. No matter how much worse my eyes might be at seeing things, why teach the saze of an opposing sect? Chung Myung shrugged his shoulders and replied. Well. He stayed silent for a moment and continued. Let's call it a whim. And he quickly walked toward Mount Hua. The eyes of the younger disciples, filled with countless emotions, glared at him. Most with hatred, anger, hostility. Most with hatred, anger, hostility. And ads by Pub Future. Fear. Knowing that there was awe and fear for Chung Myung in the eyes of the Sehyungs and Sajays, Jong So-eun closed his eyes. Southern Edge could never cross Mount Hua as long as that man was alive. And the long winter Mount Hua endured would now come to an end. All Jong So-eun could do was stare blankly. His Sehyungs and Sajays rushed around Lee Song back, trying to stop the bleeding. His Sehyungs and Sajays rushed around Lee Song-bak, trying to stop the bleeding. But what caught his eye wasn't Lee Song-bak, but Jin Jiam-ryong. The man was still lying down, but he didn't miss the trembling fist of Jin Jiam-ryong. Sehyung. Jong So-eun clenched his fist. Amitabha. Amazing, quietly mumbled the abbot. The image disciple Lee Song-bak showed was so impressive. I want the kids of our sects to remember that image clearly. It has been a while since we've seen a true warrior. Hyo De-jinan looked at Jong Rigik and smiled. With the Southern Edge sect having such talent, I cannot help but say that your future is bright. There was a warm atmosphere until future. However, the moment Jong Rigik opened his mouth, the atmosphere turned cold. This cold voice and the anger which could be felt within it. What future could there be for losers? Sect leader. Jong Rigik looked at everyone with cold eyes. The only reason why so many elders can say such good things is because that child is weak. If that child was strong, over half of these compliments would never be said. While the abbot agreed. Amitabha. Sect leader of Southern Edge, please calm down. I understand you are. You understand. But Jong Rigik cut his words short. But I don't understand how the abbot of Shaolin can understand me. With the other half of your words, which go unsaid, your minds are all judging the skills of Mount Hua. Sect leader. You are turning this into a place that only judges skills. The will of. Will. Jong Rigik smirked at this word. It has been 100 years since that will disappeared from Kango. Is there anyone here who doesn't know what happened to those who believed in their will and practiced hard and then threw themselves into horrible situations without hesitation? All the sect leaders went silent. A heavy silence fell. The story they were the most reluctant to talk about had come up. Skill is the important thing here. It isn't will or morale. It would be polite for a defeated dog to curl its tail and shut its snout. Jong Rigik, who spoke so coldly to them, looked at Hyun Jong. His eyes changed from hostility to killing intent. Congratulations to the sect leader of Mount Hua. Mount Hua will soon reclaim its glory. As a neighbor and a friend with bad relations, we have shared a lot of history. I congratulate Mount Hua in advance. Sect leader. Jong Rigik glanced at all of them and said, I apologize for disturbing the minds of many due to a moment's lapse of judgment. However, as the head of a sect that has not a single disciple left in this competition, it is difficult for me to sit here. I hope it ends well for you all. And without another word, he walked down the podium. As sect leader. W.Y. The others looked at him with a bit of shock. Jong Rigik left the podium while saying something to Hyun Jong. Do not think of this as done. Of course. He glared at Hyun Jong with angry eyes and continued down. Isn't someone supposed to stop him? Leave him alone. Is there anyone here who doesn't understand how he feels? At the words of Hyo De-jinan, the other sect leaders went silent. They wouldn't have handled it differently if they were in a similar situation. If all their disciples were eliminated, could they really applaud the disciples of Mount Hua? It must be torture for the Southern Edge's sect leader. Soon, they looked at Hyun Jong, who smiled awkwardly. Ads by Pub Future. Kuak. He left me in trouble. They were all sect leaders who were watching Mount Hua very carefully. And with Jong Rigig walking out like this, everyone was bound to pay more attention to Mount Hua now. Ahem. Ah. There was a subtle discomfort in their eyes, yet Hyun Jong accepted it with a calm expression. It means we are closing in on their boundaries. It meant that even the strongest people could not help but be wary of Mount Hua. All because of what Chung Myung had shown them. Hyun Jong looked at Chung Myung, who was heading back to his seat. We can never know. Normally, looking at the guy made his stomach hurt and heart pound like he was in danger, almost as if his life was being shortened. That was how messed up he was. But that same kid acted all different once in a while. Hyun Jong closed his eyes and thought about what Chung Myung had shown him. Go the way your will shows. And Hyun Jong decided to support him on that path. Hyun Jong would clean the path for Chung Myung and all the other different paths the rest of the disciples from Mount Hua wanted to take. He would give them support from behind. Infinite light illuminating all. Hyun Jong looked at Chung Myung with the warmest eyes. Bak Chon, who watched Chung Myung sit down with curious eyes, made Chung Myung ask. What? No, just. Bak Chon paused for a moment as he stared at Chung Myung and then said. I don't know if I know anything about you. What? Bak Chon seemed to hesitate, so Jo Gul helped him out. N-O, vel, B, in.C, Don't you hate Southern Edge? Ah, I hate it. I want to run to them and pour oil on their sect and then set it on fire. I want to go to the offices which hold the records of Muram and scratch off its name with a knife till no book mentions them. Are you even human? What? Why? No, nothing. Jo Gul flinched and said. Then why did you do that to Lee Song Bak? Oh. Chung Myung smiled and stared forward. It felt like these people understood that he was teaching Lee Song Bak. Well, if he thought about it, they should have figured it out since they were beaten in the same way on their way to Yunnan. If you want to ruin Southern Edge, you shouldn't be teaching that guy. Well, that is right. Bak Chon spoke with a slightly serious face. If you taught my Hyung, I wouldn't have said anything, but Lee Song Bak. He went silent. The possibility seemed too small. And it was annoying. The Southern Edge, which should have collapsed, would now instead be rebuilt by the hands of Lee Song Bak, who was on the right path. Of course, calling the Southern Edge a collapsed sect just because of this loss was a bit too funny. Chung Myung, who listened to them, scratched his chin. It wasn't like me. Right, it wasn't like you. I thought you would break every limb in his body. I even thought you killed him by cracking his head. Chung Myung was shocked. These reactions around him, it was like they sincerely expected that these things would happen. Me? You do such things on a daily basis. I expected that you would do that much with people watching you. Imagine all the things you would even do when there aren't people watching. Ugh, so terrifying to even think about that. Chung Myung was taken aback by this. There is no use raising kids. Look at these kids, sect leader Se-hyung. I guess you came to understand. Ugh. Rotten idiots. Chung Myung groaned as he got up and then sat back down, looking upset. But regardless of that, Jo Gul asked. So why did you do that? To break the head of Se-hyung, Sasuks. Don't kid. I meant it. Ah. Bak Chon looked at Chung Myung. Ah. His face was saying that he was being honest, even with its sarcastic tone. What is that supposed to mean? Southern Edge will fall. Chung Myung spoke sternly. The feeling of defeat isn't something which will go away so easily, and the perception of people of this world is too cold. And there is nothing scarier than falling down after climbing up to an amazing height. The Southern Edge sect will be ruined to its core. Bak Chon nodded his head. It was hard to imagine such a mighty sect getting destroyed like that, but until everything that Chung Myung said happens. First of all, they aren't the disciples of the old Southern Edge sect. Those confident and easygoing people acted impatiently like they were being chased by something. It could not be easy to regain that lost confidence. And Mount Hua will become stronger than now. Maybe a lot more stronger as time goes on. Maybe even hold enormous power in the future. I just feel like I heard something strange. What? You think it is hell either way? You saying enormous power is what scares me. The disciples of Mount Hua knew that there was no happy life when the term enormous power was mentioned, as the burden of training fell onto them. Chang Myung, who was smiling, spoke with a stiff face. But how long will it last? I told you. The strong will decline one day, and the weak will get stronger someday. The strength of Mount Hua will not last forever. Can we try to make it last? What about after we die? Who will lead Mount Hua then? Chang Myung shook his head. If a sword is pointed at our backs, we will struggle and work hard. But those who prosper most of the time with no one chasing after them will turn sluggish. In a way like Shaolin and Wudang now. Bak Chon understood what this meant. You mean that Southern Edge should be the sword that aims at Mount Hua's back? Yes. And what happens if we collapse at their hands again? That cannot be helped. Bak Chion's eyes trembled. It could not be helped. At that time, Chang Myung spoke with a cold face. If Mount Hua cannot advance and stays idle, then it is better to burn it to ashes. A martial arts sect that has no one to be conscious of eventually becomes trapped in its own small world. It means that the destruction and fall of Southern Edge isn't a good deal for Mount Hua. And? Chang Myung smiled. It is 100 times harder to hold on to unseen hope and crumble slowly than it is to perish. They will go through the same thing which Mount Hua went through. How dare they pretend like they were having a hard time these few years? Now they will have to fall a few more times. Until then, I won't let them rise. I will never let that happen. Bak Chon smiled, looking at Chang Myung, who had gone crazy. This is right. Bak Chon felt his stomach feel refreshed, looking at the Chang Myung he knew. Chapter 301. I wasn't like that back then. I wasn't. 1. 32. The abbot looked The abbot looked curious. It turned out to be a lot different from what I had thought. At those words, the elders of the Shaolin sect had a bit of an uncomfortable expression. I expected to some extent that Wudang wouldn't stand out. The martial arts of Wudang are something that ripens with time. It is unlikely that the younger disciples would exert much at such a young age. There is a limit to these things. The shared characteristic of the Wudang and Shaolin sect's martial arts was that both martial arts took time and experience to become powerful. Therefore, it was common for the third and second-class disciples, who weren't given much time to train, not to exert much strength. And I thought the Peng and Namgung families would stand out. No matter what anyone says, they are not lacking even a little bit when compared to the other sects which will lead Kango. Right. The 9 great sects, 1 union, and the 5 great families. The 2 factions which led the world. But just because they were related by the same concept, didn't mean that they were all the same. The 9 great sects were in a close situation where the Southern Edge and Beggars Union was centered around Shaolin and Wudang. On the other hand, the Tang family followed behind the Namgung and Peng families. From the start of the competition, they had already predicted the flow to some extent. The problem was, as the Southern Edge sect collapses, the 3 families are still left. There are barely more than 10 disciples of the 9 great sects now. The abbot let out a low sigh. Many said that, usually, the 9 great sects and the 5 great families were close-knit for the sake of the world. But the truth was that both factions were simply close to one another. The purpose of a disciple leading a sect and a child leading a family of the same bloodline was completely different. So, once in a while, both sides bumped heads. So it wasn't nice to see the 9 great sects be so weak compared to the 5 great families, especially with Shaolin having arranged this meeting. The number of disciples remaining from the families is about twice as much as the sects. There are also 4 people who are neither of the 9 great sects nor of the 5 great families, said an elder, who let out a sigh after. Of those who remained, there was only one organization that was neither of the 9 great sects nor of the 5. Of those who remained, there was only one organization that was neither of the 9 great sects nor of the 5 great families. It is Mount Hua, which is unexpected. Of the 32 who passed, 4 were from Mount Hua. 4 might seem like a small number now, but Mount Hua was the only sect to have 4 of its disciples remaining, even Shaolin had just 3. What was their original place? It was silver. He Bang, who had received a complaint from them during his visit, immediately gave them a gold letter. The abbot sighed in relief. If it weren't for He Bang, we would have been pointed at. If Mount Hua came with a silver letter and achieved such a feat here, people would have pointed their fingers at Shaolin for not recognizing the power of Mount Hua. They would be ridiculed for giving Mount Hua silver when they actually had to be given a higher invitation. Abbot felt glad that such a situation hadn't happened. It is fortunate, but it is also unfair. Who would have thought Mount Hua would be this active before the competition even started? Right. The abbot smiled. Especially the child Chung Myung is more shocking than I thought. Maybe even He Yun will struggle. That good. Of course, he was great, but in my eyes, he didn't seem that strong. What we saw wasn't everything. The abbot narrowed his eyes. Maybe what we all saw wasn't even the start. It was fun, the feeling he got when he looked at that child, who hadn't yet lived even half his life, yet still had such depth. If He Yun was like a stream that flowed around, making one feel excited, then this Chung Myung guy was so deep that one wouldn't dare try and peer within. The sky is sometimes too relentlessly cold, but the warmth comes at the end of the cold. It wouldn't be against the will of the heavens that the child fell into Mount Hua, quietly mumbled the abbot. Is there anyone who doesn't know what happened to those who believed in their path and practiced their teachings yet didn't hesitate to throw him out? Ads by Pub Future. He remembered the words of the sect leader from Southern Edge, and his body felt stiff. How could I not know? It was life inside Kango that turned them into this. He wanted to stay far from such things and never look back. But Mount Hua would eventually bring back its power and stand in front of them again. It seems as if those who truly pursue their will cannot be destroyed despite facing hardships. For this reason, every time Abbot saw the disciples of Mount Hua, he felt his heart being stabbed. Amitabha. The abbot tried to take down the mess of thoughts from inside his head. This competition seems to be nearing the end. It would have been nice if this place becomes harmonious, where we all get to know each other. That would be better. In particular, Mount Hua will turn into a sect everyone knows about. Especially when that child, Chung Myung, makes it to the finals, and the honor of the 9 great sects will crumble. Of course, this will make the 5 great families blush. Right. And if that happens? The elders looked at the abbot. We might have to undo the decision of the past. It has to be done, mumbled the abbot. The decision of the previous heads to expel Mount Hua from the 9 great sects. However, it is impossible to decide what to do by ourselves. It is, but I know what you mean. It will happen eventually, so we need to be prepared for it. Yes, abbot. Mount Hua's return to the 9 great sects. This wasn't some light matter. Perhaps this would shake the entire world again. It will happen if it should happen. The abbot nodded. Let's wait a little longer now. It isn't too late to discuss this once more when the competition is finished. Yes, abbot. Amitabha. The abbot closed his eyes and fell into thought. The elder hesitated for a moment, and instead of leaving the room, he said, I am a bit envious. Perhaps Mount Hua is feeling the joy of flying in the sky, and thinking about it hurts my stomach. At those candid words, the abbot smiled. That is the reward for their effort. Let's just celebrate it. So. A clogged voice came from Hyunjong. The ancestors. Will be happy. Without speaking, he looked at the disciples. Everyone was looking at him like they were seeing a new painting, and he tilted his head to one side, to the place where the root cause of the problem was. At the composition of his disciples, all holding a limb of Chung Myung, who was growling. Why again? Ads by Pub Future. Hyunjong took a deep breath. Even if he wanted to say something nice occasionally, the disciples weren't able to hear it. Despite the many encouraging words, the disciples of Mount Hua only showed soulless eyes with expressions like kids whose angry parents were waiting behind them. Hyunjong sighed. I will come back after discussing a couple of things with the elders. You people should rest. Sect leader. Sect leader, why are you leaving? Take us too. Don't leave us alone in here, sect leader. A desperate response suddenly erupted from the disciples, who were sitting in disbelief. However, Hyun-jong turned his head away from the disciples. Of course, it wasn't too difficult to protect these children now, but eventually, it would happen at some point unless the one behind them was kept under constant watch. Letting this happen first may be better than trying to deal with it. Then, bye. As Hyun-jong moved away, the disciples of Mount Hua all screamed. Sect leader, ah. Sect leader, don't leave. Elder Hyun sang. An Giam Sasukkkkk. Don't leave us alone here. Take us too. Please. But Hyun-jong disappeared without even looking back at them. The other disciples who were there then slowly turned their heads to one side. Now was the time to face the devil. Happy? A voice that seemed to have held all the pain in the world came out. Are you happy? Chung-myung swung his body and Yoo Yisel and Yoon-jong, who were holding him, let go. Gold or jade, one doesn't have a value until it gets battered down. But are you happy? His eyes were wide and angry, and the disciples all looked at Bak-chon. Sehyung, what do we do? Look at him. He is doing that. He is going wild. Bak-chon, who received their earnest gaze, coughed and said, Chung-myung, of course, we have failed, but we still have the most people left. This is something we should celebrate. Sasuk. Ah. Anyone who hears this will think Sasuk passed. Don't try to sneak into this topic and head to the side where the dropouts are gathered. I will lose if I breathe the same air as you all. Bak-chon went to the place where the losers were gathered and sat on his knees. Sehyung. What? Don't bother. Everyone looked at him with pitiful eyes and gulped. So sad. Are there no exceptions to that forsaken bastard? But whatever they thought, Chung-myung was going to do what he wanted. You lost to the 9 great sects. I cannot live any longer since luck seems to be running out. You had no one else better to lose to and had to do it in the hands of the 9 great sects. I am going to rip all your nails off. That. Someone raised their hand and stood up. What is it? Looking for more content. We may have what you want. Looking for more content. We may have what you want. Discovery feed. Ads by PubFuture. But I lost to the 5 great families. Sit down if you don't want to die. Yes. And the revolt was suppressed. But I think we did well. Did well? Did what well? Still, the boys packed their thoughts and went out to do well, this much. Kuak. Right. The expression on Chung-myung's face, which looked like a vicious soul-stealing goblin, changed. Did you see those bastards lose? Wow. It is a sight I would never forget in my life. Shoulders drooping down. Not even looking back. Right. Right. They didn't look back. The Sehyungs didn't miss the chance and kept speaking. They knew that if they wanted to receive one less hit, they would have to speak such things. Bak-chon smiled at this atmosphere. Isn't this a complete funeral? Right. Sasuk's family funeral. And immediately regretted it. And the sparks which were extinguished came roaring back to life. You have become a person who couldn't even join a group of 32. Losing to everyone else is fine, but no, you had to go and offer them your heads. When Chung-myung screamed and ran for Bak-chon, Yoon-jong and Jo-gul grabbed him again. Chung-myung. Hold it. It is Sasuk. Sasuk. He is injured. Hit him after he recovers. Bak-chon felt like his soul was betrayed when he heard that, and Bak-sang, who was next to him, grabbed his shoulder and smiled. Sehyung, I know what you must be feeling. Don't bother to understand, you brat. Bak-chon wanted to cry. Chung-myung glared as he looked at the disciples. You cannot do this. With the exception of Bak-chon and his party, the rest of the disciples didn't spend much time with Chung-myung and his training. Even so, they had managed to come this far, so it was great. For example, aren't the disciples of Mount Hua now something the other sects fear? If the disciples who failed now continue to grow at the same pace, they will be able to reach a point of smashing people down with their toes. But Chung-myung wasn't the kind to feel satisfied by such things. Because I aim to win. What can sect leader Sehyung say is the reason for this? N-O, vel, B, J-N.C, He. You don't seem to have the talent to teach others. ACKKKKKK. I am so done. Yoon-jong hurriedly grabbed Chung-myung, who was silent for a moment but began to get crazy again. Yu Yasel and Zhou Gul also did their best to hold him. Please don't go crazy, Chang Yang. Get yourself together. Calm down. Chang Yang clenched his teeth and looked at the three holding him back. Coincidentally, they were the three who managed to pass along with him. Now, there will be no defeat for Mount Hua. If we four don't make it to the end, we will all crawl to Mount Hua. You get it? Especially if the loss is to the 9 great sects, you will roll on your body to Mount Hua. So lose to someone other than the 9 sects. Bak Chon, who was watching this, began to tremble and asked Bak Sang, who was next to him. Who is the next opponent? Namgung family's Namgung Dawi. He is done. Is that so? Bak Chon closed his eyes and prayed for the safety and peace of Namgung Dawi. At the same time, he prayed for their own well-being too. Chapter 300. Chapter 302. I wasn't like that back then. I wasn't. 2. Clench. Namgung Dawi tightened the sheath at his waist and looked down at his sword. SRNG. The sword drawn glowed in the sunlight, and as he put it back in its sheath, he checked himself. The sky blue robes and the cloud pattern on his chest, the characters for Blue Heaven, stood out. The sky blue robes and the cloud pattern on his chest, the characters for Blue Heaven, stood out. Phew. He took a short breath and smiled. A handsome man with an arrogant expression could be seen. Didn't I tell you to be careful of your expressions? At that moment, Namgung Daoi shook his head at the voice which came from behind. Father. His father, Namgung Hwang, was the current head of the Namgung family. People don't care whether you are arrogant or not. But as soon as you show it to the world, your followers will turn to your enemies. Namgung Daoi bowed his head at his father's words, who continued. To stand on top, you need to know that. Every word, and every expression, had a weight attached to it. People close their eyes to the large flaws that they see, but they cannot stand the small flaws of those above them. That is why those who stand above others need to behave properly to dominate those below. And that is the attitude that those born in the Namgung family must have. I will keep that in mind, father. Namgung Hwang nodded his head, but then his expression changed right away as if he was annoyed. But those 9 great sects are using the same tricks. They are doing the same fixing, and soon they will make you drop down. Nambyung Dawi nodded his head. How about it? If you want, even now I. Father. Nambyung Dawi shook his head and smiled. Be it Shaolin's He Yun or Chung Yang from Mount Hua. They are just people I need to defeat to win. What is the difference if they bring out a strong person right away? Right. That is how a child of our family needs to act. Nambyung Hwang smiled. Anyway, this must mean that Shaolin has nothing to lose if either my son falls or Chung Yang from Mount Hua falls. Those wicked old bastards. And Nambyung Dawi opened his mouth. Even if there is dissatisfaction about this decision, Mount Hua hasn't raised any questions over it, so we of the Nambyung family cannot be the ones to do that. True. Nambyung Hwang nodded his head at his son's words and asked. So, are you confident in winning? At this, his son smiled. Chung Yang from Mount Hua is strong. Yes. But with such light-moving sword techniques, he cannot handle this sword of ours. Today, I will prove that the best sword sect is us, not Wudang or Mount Hua. Right. Nambyung Hwang smiled. Then it is all good. And as he left the room, the other members of the family were all lined up in their sky-blue robes. How is your body today? The best. Hyang. I believe in you, Hyang. Of course. The honor of our family lies on your shoulders. Do not look down on your opponent. Of course, uncle. Nambyung Dawi responded to all of their encouragement and advice and headed to the place where the spar would happen. A little walk from their place, a wide square platform appeared, and the people who were there looked at him. It is the Nambyung family. The Blue Heaven Nambyung family. Oh. Admiration and exclamations poured in. This was the fame they had. N-O-V-E-L-B-J-N.C. The Nambyung family was known to be the head of the 5 great families and had maintained their power and influence for hundreds of years. Anyone who had even the slightest interest in Muram would know about this family. So everyone looked at them. However, Nambyung Dawi wasn't too happy with this cheering. I don't like this. Ads by Pub Future. He frowned slightly. He couldn't distort his expression because of his father's teaching, which said he should be expressing his emotions to the people, but he didn't like this. The reason? It was quite simple. Mount Hua. Whoa. Mount Hua is coming. Mount Hua's divine dragon. Mount Hua's divine dragon is here. Chung Yang and Mount Hua have arrived. An immense shout which couldn't be compared to his arrival began to shake the place, and Nambyung Dawi bit his lip. Jin Jiam Ryong and Bak Chon fought yesterday. And after that was Chung Yang and Li Song Bak's fight, which skyrocketed the fame of Mount Hua. From the start of the competition, Mount Hua had been snatching all the attention. Mount Hua, which had once been in the 9 great sects, was also known to be collapsing, but then it had made a rather vocal return now. This was enough to make the people feel moved. Everyone believed that Mount Hua would be the winner of this competition. And the anticipation exploded with the recent spars with the Southern Edge sect. With the name of Bak Chon, who had given a splendid performance and had even made Mount Hua's plum blossoms bloom, everyone's expectations for the sect went up. After Chung Yang had taken the attention after his fight with Li Song Bak, he became the most anticipated person in this competition. So, no matter how great the Nambyung family was, there was no way it could withstand the popularity of Mount Hua. Nambyung Dawi frowned and looked at the Mount Hua disciples shuffling in. He. What a great person he has been. He. When he saw Chung Yang smiling brightly in front of him, he felt his insides twist. His opponent should have felt a weight considering who he was. But Chung Yang looked more relaxed than anyone he had ever seen. It could not be thought of as the attitude of someone aiming to be the best in the world. That is until today. A title that didn't suit him. For the sake of that, Nambyung Dawi had to defeat Chung Yang today. Nambyung Dawi, who thought that, looked at Chung Yang. Nambyung Hwang looked at his son and said, "Do not look down on him. Do not underestimate your opponent. But there is nothing to be afraid of. That is all I wanted to say." Nambyung Hwang nodded his head, liking his answer. "Go and show them what the sword of our family is like." Of course. Nambyung Dawi grabbed his sword with one hand and climbed up the stage. As he climbed onto the stage, cheers poured in, and as he waited for his opponent to arrive, he thought, "So rude. No one made a member of the Namgung family wait like this. And Chung Myung, who knew who his opponent was and still was not coming, was even more absurd. Watching him, Chung Myung talked to a Sehyung before approaching the stage, and as he did so, his Sehyungs all looked at his back with clear anger. Such a loser. Namgung Dawi frowned. How could this man be a martial arts warrior? Martial arts start with the right attitude. But Mount Hua only looked like a group of bandits joining together. Was that the difference between the sects of evil and righteousness? Wait. Namgung Dawi frowned and looked at Chung Myung standing on the other side. He was stretching his legs. His body was strong, but his form looked crooked. Besides, despite the decent-looking face, he had a weird grumpiness of an old man on him. Then, he understood why his father talked about handling his expressions when out in public. What would all subordinates think if they saw their leader like this? Phew. Namgung Dawi took a deep breath and swung down toward Chung Myung. Namgung family's Namgung Dawi. Mount Hua's Chung Myung. Contrary to his expression, Chung Myung politely bowed and responded. And Namgung Dawi looked at him, a bit impressed. Still, he isn't too odd. He was someone who could distinguish between the people who showed real politeness and those who only did it for show. He was certain that this guy was doing it for real. Namgung Dawi, a bit relieved, drew his sword. Mount Hua's sword seems to be quite sharp. Isn't that normal? But don't think that those swords will work on me. And he smiled. I will make you be swayed from the splendor of the Namgung family. You will know that there is a sky above the sky today. Ah, yes. Ads by Pub Future. Chung Myung replied, not really caring. Now that I know, let's start. I am in a bit of a hurry. You better regain your composure. I am different from the opponents you have faced. Yes, so different. A lot even. Chung Myung took a deep breath. If thrown into a den filled with the demonic sect, this kid was the kind who would sit to the side and tremble. Should I start with the head? Thinking, he shook his head. No, because sect leader told me to pretend like I was seriously fighting him. Chung Myung took a deep breath. Since morning, Hyunjong had been with him. These days, the eyes of the sect leaders from the other sects were nothing like Mount Hua's sect leader, so he had asked Chung Myung to act like he was fighting for real. He would have already kicked the guy out if it hadn't been for those words. I'd rather freeze to death. I don't understand. At that time, Namgung Dawi spoke to him in a calm voice. Ah. I told you that I am different from those you have dealt with until now. A subtle smile formed on his lips. If you think that swords are the same and came to deal with me, then you will be greatly disappointed. I have what the others don't. Oh. Chung Myung looked at the guy. Ah, you are different from them. I have no intention of demeaning them. But if you calmly observe them, the world is overflowing with similar people. And only a few are qualified to be the best in the world. Namgung Dawi pointed to Chung Myung. You are probably like me. Oh. Chung Myung tilted his head and spoke. I am just asking. Ah. Is your real name Yoon Ryong-won? What do you mean? Nothing, it felt similar to something. I thought it had something to do with bloodline. Cheeky bastard. Namgung Dawi was upset at his comment, but Chung Myung was shocked in his own way. Being cheeky and handsome is worth it. Jim Ryong was like that, and Dong Ryong was like that, so Yoon Ryong had to be the same. Namgung Dawi tried to calm his expression and said, I fully understand your arrogance. You probably haven't met a proper opponent till now. Even the Southern Edge's Jin Jim Ryong and Lee Song Bak haven't been able to satisfy you. Chung Myung's head was only half listening, tilted. Ah, so you are different. You will know once you experience it. But I will clearly show you the difference in our class. Chung Myung smiled brightly. Ah, so Jin Jim Ryong, my Bak Chon Sasuk, and Lee Song Bak aren't your opponents. Very naturally, he summarized it. Those Namgung Dawi. Because you are a genius. Well, I admit it. It is a bit embarrassing. Disgusting. Namgung Dao's face, which had been smiling till then, went stiff, and he narrowed his eyes. Chung Myung tilted his head to both sides. Kids these days are so weird. Where did you learn to talk like that? Oh, you're a genius, and the other kids here are all the same. Is that what you want to say? I just mean to say I am different. Such a funny kid. Chang Yang smiled timidly. Well, fine. I have one last question. Yes. Do you have any brothers? See what? I don't know why you are curious. Okay. Chang Yang put the sword into the sheath and lifted it. A startled voice came from the disciple, but Namgung Dawi didn't know what it meant. Well, if you aren't going to start, don't say I went in for a surprise attack. Of course, please attack. Yeah. You should concede to the first hit. For this, but you will have to prepare properly for the first hit. Chang Yang clenched his hand. The faces of Bak Chan and others turned pale at this. Sasok. Shouldn't we stop him? How do I stop him? This is a spar. That bastard might die. He wouldn't die. He will. Right. I think so too. Bak Chan looked at Chang Yang with an anxious gaze. But he didn't have time to do anything. Chang Yang raised his sword and charged ahead like lightning. Swish. The sword moved with an enormous sound and fell for the head of Namgung Dawi. However, not panicking, the guy raised his sword up. Obviously strong. He had seen Chang Yang attack his opponent with this same form several times. He didn't know why, but his opponent showed a strange obsession with heads. He had already calculated this and knew that head would be his opponent's target. You fell for such shallow provocation. So shallow. The sword of Namgung Dawi accurately blocked the sword of Chang Yang. The moment the swords collide, it will deflect, and the side will. Keek. At that moment, a terrible sound spread out. E-I-K-K-K-K-K. U-H-K-K-K-K-K-K-K-K. Ah. 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 At the same time, anguished screams came from the audience. Some covered their mouths, some lowered their hands, and some crouched. But whatever they were doing, they were focused on one thing. Likewise, the gaze of Namgung Dawi too slowly moved down. Foot. The leg of Chang Yang stretched out and touched his groin too. Shit. Namgung Dawi looked down. And. Quark. He began to roll on the ground by holding his groin. At that desperate scream, the men in the place couldn't watch anymore and turned their eyes away. The disciples of Mount Hua, too, covered their faces in shame. Ugh, killing him might have been better. I thought he would. But there is no way that Brat would simply end it with death. That demon. He is evil and vicious. However, Chang Yang didn't hear their words and tapped on Namgung Dao's hips with his sword. It is fine, it is fine. You have a problem. Your skills can be passed on to him 3. Ah. That isn't the problem. T, here. Ah, that isn't my duty. He. TL, N, Silver Dragon, he is asking if he is Bak Chan's second brother. Ed, N, cup check. Ed, N, he is saying that he kicked the guy hard enough to make him sterile. He asked if he had any brothers to make sure there would be someone else to carry on his line. How nice. Chapter 303. I wasn't like that back then. I wasn't. 3. Kuak. Namgung Dawi was still groaning. And the forever kind Chung Myung couldn't just turn away from this scene, kindly patting the guy on the butt with his sheath. Of course, the fact that he was the one who did this wasn't forgotten. Are you fine? Chung Myung clicked his tongue. Why did you talk to me like that? Of course, you were a genius. A genius. But why? A smile came to the lips of Chung Myung. You brat. If I gather all the geniuses I have seen so far and line them up, I can say 2 of the 3 people I thought were good came from Shaolin. What is so great about being a genius? Chung Myung continued to pat the butt of Namgung Dawi. A cheeky kid who knows nothing. No. No. Since Jin Jiam Ryong and Lee Song Bak aren't from my side, have you decided to ignore them? And you think my Dong Ryong got beaten up easily? Forget me, you wouldn't get up even if Dong Rong slaps you. Hearing Chung Myung's words, Bak Chon smiled warmly. I have never been beaten, you bastard. And stop calling me Dong Ryong. Everyone else will know it now, you idiot. EHH. Hear that? I think he is talking about Sasuk. Ul. Yes, Sasuk. Shut that mouth. Open it if you want to die. Yes. Bak Chon looked at Chung Myung with a red face. But I feel good. He praised Namgung Dawi as a genius. But it seemed like Chung Myung's thoughts about geniuses weren't meant as a huge compliment. Either that, or it was just him provoking Bak Chon. But the more I see him, the more I don't know him. It felt like he was being swung around by Chung Myung here and there. Anyway, seeing Namgung Dawi whimpering like a dog on the floor was a nice feeling. N-O-V-E in.C, Kuak. Namgung Dawi staggered and got up as he looked at Chung Myung with red eyes. You fucking dog bastard. And he cursed. Being hit and falling down could be tolerated. When fighting, this was only inevitable, and one would have to endure it. Even if his limbs and neck were cut off, he wouldn't have been this resentful. But it was unforgivable to kick the groin of someone in front of so many people. Rumors would spread unless he did something to erase the sight from the crowd's eyes. This was an unforgettable disgrace for him, the one who would become the next head of the family. When he thought about what this meant, it felt like his mind was being flooded with anger. I will kill you. When Namgung Dawi screamed, unable to contain his anger, Chung Myung giggled. Upset. You fucking dog. He. Chung Myung smiled and raised his sword. So I guess your mouth isn't the only thing working. Shut up. Talent or not, everything depends on how you hone it. You cannot even defeat Jin Jiam Ryong. And I am meant to care about such a genius. Chung Myung raised his sword. Come here, I will put down those prideful shoulders of yours. You. Namgung Dawi rushed towards Chung Myung with red eyes. No, he was trying to run. However, Chung Myung got up and waved his sword left and right. Ah. Wait. Calm down a little and then fight. Don't make excuses that you lost because you got too excited before the fight. Ads by Pub Future. Namgung Dawi, who grunted his teeth, took a deep breath. Anger had risen to the point that his forehead was steaming, but there was nothing wrong with Chung Myung's words. Wasn't rushing in head first because of anger the first thing on a list of what not to do as a swordsman? Phew. Namgung Dawi slowly regained control of his breathing. You will regret giving me time to regain my calm. I will break you down completely. Despite his life-threatening threat, Chung Myung smiled. Usually, when someone's head gets hit, they come to their senses, but that doesn't mean you should rush. But, well, your family was always like that. That was it. Right. Namgung Chon Myung. That brat was the same. He was arrogant and crushed people under his feet. It will be a bit embarrassing if such a personality comes up in each generation. What? No. I am not talking to you. That was to Namgung Chon Myung. As Chung Myung waved his eyes one, Namgung Dao's eyes shone, and he pointed to the sword of Chung Myung. Pull your sword out. How dare you order me? Try making me pull it out. Chung Myung waved his hand at his sheath. Pull it out. Namgung Dawi decided not to bother with talking to Chung Myung anymore. He realized that there was nothing to gain from talking to an idiot. I will show you what the sword of the Namgung family is like. Pat. The Namgung sword began to exude a large amount of chi, and a white light shone around his sword. Thud. With the sword touching the ground, he stepped forward. At the same time, a tremendous force began to put pressure on Changmyang. That is. Shocked sounds came out from the mouths of the sect leaders who were seeing this. The Emperor Sword Technique. He has already mastered it. The representative sword techniques of the Namgung family was the 12-movement Iron Sword and the Boundless Heaven Sword Technique. But if one were thinking about the best sword technique, one would think about the Emperor Sword Technique. The reason why it was the strongest, yet not a representative one, was because it was only passed down the line of succession. The sword technique was difficult and required an enormous amount of chi to use. The Emperor Sword Technique was known to be taught only after the representative techniques were taught to the person. And yet, with all those requirements, such a technique was opening up here. A formidable amount of chi could be felt. The Emperor Sword Technique was literally the sword of an emperor. A sword that subjugated its opponent with force and, through pressure, emitted strength. It was something that was known to take the lives of others by force. As if proving that the rumor wasn't an exaggeration, Namgung Dawi was giving out such pressure. The spectators who were watching this were pushed back from the force, and even the disciples from Mount Hua were using their chi to fight back. Thud. Namgung Dawi took a step ahead. The momentum around him had increased and weighed down on the body of Changmyang. Changmyang let out a deep sigh, feeling the pressure on his body. Kids these days. And he grabbed his sword as he walked toward Namgung Dawi. Namgung Dawi was shocked. He is moving. He was approaching despite the force and pressure being put on his body. Like nothing at all mattered. Namgung Dawi clenched his teeth and took another step forward. The chi emanating from him was getting stronger. But Changmyang continued to approach him as if nothing had changed. I will teach you on behalf of one of your ancestors, so accept this sweetly. Ads by Pub Future. W what? This is basic. You bastard. Basic. The sword of Changmyang, with its sheath still on, rushed in toward Namgung Dawi. And Namgung Dawi smiled as he raised his sword. Another hit with the same form. It will not work this time. However, contrary to his thoughts, the sword of Changmyang just hit him 23. And what happened the moment their swords collided was a little different from what Namgung Dawi thought. Kwang. Tak. Two sounds rang out at the same time. Namgung Dawi looked at Changmyang's sword held against his own and then looked at his own wrist. Clack. His wrist felt limp and weak. What is this? Ah. That, ah. It doesn't make sense that it broke in just one hit. Kids these days. Bang. And Changmyang began to strike him down without mercy. How dare you act all flashy? Bang. And again. I didn't do it at that time, I didn't. Bang. How dare the lower body be thrown away when forming the Emperor Sword Technique? Bang. Whack. Namgung Dawi groaned and stumbled. With his broken wrist, he couldn't properly block the sword anymore. Thanks to this, the sword of Changmyang had already hit him 4 times on the shoulder. Won't release your clenched shoulder. I will pull it out. Namgung Dawi was wide-eyed, and he heard something. Dawi. What the hell are you doing? It was Namgung Hwang, who was on the podium, who had jumped up, unable to watch this anymore. Hearing him, Namgung Dawi opened his eyes and grabbed his sword, and he quickly began to swing it. An enormous sword with chi wrapped around it. At the same time, his momentum rose again. Puik. Namgung Dawi turned his head with a blank look and glanced at the sword of Changmyang, which was already at his ankle. How dare you swing your sword when an adult is talking to you? Excuse me. We are on the stage, right? If I don't wield my sword here, then where do? Not even basic manners are taught to kids. Changmyang took a step back and tightly clenched his sword. Anyway, you won't understand if I only say it. One has to be hit to learn it with the body. Then you will understand. Bak Chon, who was close to this sentiment, shut his eyes. He felt queasy. He must have heard such things in the past too. After hearing this, here I come. Changmyang rushed to Namgung Dawi. Although he did swing his sword out of reflex, he wasn't able to do much. Lower body. Tak. The sword of Changmyang hit the thighs of Namgung Dawi. Kuak. He groaned once again. Lower body. Lower body. Lower body. Tack. 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 You bastard. You've been hit 4 times. Can you not stop at once? Can't leave your head out of this 4. Namgung Dawi kept yelling with each hit. What speed is this? This sword wasn't visible to the eyes. How the hell could this sword be stopped? How dare you step back without my permission? Chang Yang growled and pushed Namgung Dawi without mercy. Side. Shoulder. Ankle. Why so many gaps? Your wrist again. The poor guy got hit all around his body despite trying to avoid it. And the sword of Chang Yang always hit his wrist precisely. Pang. The sword of Namgung Dawi rotated in the air. To happen now was something they could envision. Bak Chon groaned. Head. And a roaring voice said, Head. 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 Bang. 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 5 times the sheathed sword of Chang Yang fell onto his opponent's head, who was already twitching in pain. Ack. Bang. And another extra hit. It is normal to say it 5 times and hit 6 times. Why? Unable to understand Chang Yang's last words, Namgung Dawi fainted. Thud. Chang Yang, who was looking at his fallen opponent, licked his lips. Ah, I told you to stop stiffening your shoulders. This obsession with the head had to be shaken off. N, moving up and down. N, ah man, how do I beat this guy? Just hit him 5 head. N, skill issue moment. N, ego leading to overthinking. Chapter 304. I wasn't like that back then. I wasn't. 4. Chang Yang clicked his tongue as he looked down at the fallen Namgung Dawi. Still, kids these days. Ah. In the old days, if one were angry, they would bring in a stone the size of a man and then swing their sword 1,000 times, hui. Even if made to roll around a steep cliff, bareback, made to train with our sword, we would still have said, ah, so refreshing at the end. And what are you with weak legs? The Emperor Sword Technique. Emperor Sword Technique AE. Exclamation mark. 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 Don't hit just the head. Ah, already awake. Ah. Chang Yang turned back as if he didn't like this. This was why he didn't like geniuses or people described as such. Because there were many people obsessed with the pleasure of moving a step further faster than others, so much so that they failed to look at their feet and recognize the speed they moved at. They would only realize what they had missed when they met someone like Li Song Bak. To be honest, there is no reason for me to tell you, but... Why? Well, I have no interest in the Namgung family at all, so I don't need to put up with such people. I am already busy teaching in Mount Hua. Why would I care about you? Exclamation mark. Chang Yang walked down the stage, whistling, as shouts poured in for him. Kuik. Kuik. ACKKKK. Chang Yang tilted his head as he saw his Sahyungs giving him a thumbs up. Why? So embarrassing. It is such a good thing. That was the Namgung family. Zhou Gul spoke with admiration. Namgung Dawi, the single-edged sword one of the Namgung family, wasn't he the one considered to win this competition? For one, I wonder if you eat the same food as us. Chang Yang smiled at the intense reaction which came from his win. It was nothing great. No. A great thing is a great thing. It was really amazing, Chang Yang. Chang Yang's lips slowly began to twitch. No. Well, that child wasn't much. But that child was from the Namgung family, which means he is no ordinary person, right? Kua. That was freaking cool. Chung Myung, you did an amazing job. He. Chung Myung scratched the back of his head. It wasn't a huge deal, but such things made him feel nice. He might die from happiness. Ads by Pub Future. Dong Ryong, shut it. Bak Chon went silent. Shrugging his shoulders, Chung Myung sat down and took a piece of jerky from the bag next to him. Jo Gul Se-hyung, did you get the money? Ah. Yes. Chung Myung. It was huge. You made a lot of money. This time, there were a lot of people betting on the other side due to the family name. TCH. That is why people lose money when they gamble. How dare they put money on the Namgung side? How dare they? Then they were bound to be ruined. Chung Myung giggled as he bit into the jerky. Bak Chon, who watched this, glanced back at the stage. His opponent still hadn't seemed to return to his senses, as the members of the sect were all still around him. Must have been such a huge shock. He could sympathize with him. Single-edged sword Namgung Dawi. His fame was much greater, and he must have had a lot of confidence. And if such a swordsman had a normal mindset, they could accept this loss, but it would be painful from now on. After all, it was something that everyone who met Chung Myung ended up experiencing at least once. Bak Chon lowered his gaze and looked down at Chung Myung, who was still chewing on his jerky. Hyo De-jinan looked shocked by this. He was bound to be. Even Namgung Hwang looked wide-eyed like his eyes would pop out of their sockets. Hyo De-jinan was unable to see this and shut his eyes. While Shaolin was a benefactor, he was still here representing Wudang and the 9 great sects. And the Namgung family was the representative of the 5 great families. As a result, he would meet with Namgung Hwang quite a bit. This makes no sense. And with so many meetings with this man, not once had he seen such an expression on him. Hyo De-jinan never saw such a face on Namgung Hwang. Wouldn't it be more strange if his son, who he was so proud of, was beaten like this? Especially when the scene looked like a bandit beating down an innocent citizen. Hyo De-jinan stared at Chung Myung, who was descending the stage. He is like a racehorse. Had he seen this happen elsewhere, he, too, would have clapped for Chung Myung. He didn't want to admit it, but just the sight of this made his heart flutter. If there was one problem here, it was that the victim of this was a child of the 5 great families. How can such a thing happen? Sounds of shock and admiration came from the sect leaders' mouths. Hyo De-jinan knew it too. It meant that no one actually wanted to mention the name of Chung Myung on this podium. The moment one brought up the name of Mount Hua's divine dragon, they would have to acknowledge the Mount-Hua sect. And that was why they were ignoring it. But now, the moment has come when they can no longer ignore this monster. That's not something which can simply be called as having talent. Everyone nodded at the words of the Qingcheng sect leader. I think I understand why the Southern Edge sect leader was so desperate. Even I would. Unable to finish his words, he went silent. If such a monster came out of a sect that had lost its flame, then they couldn't help but lose their composure. Right. A monster. A handmade monster. And now it seems like everyone knows. The crowd seemed agitated and was also gossiping. Ads by Pub Future. The Namgung Dawi lost like this. Oh my, still. Namgung wasn't an easy name. It is the head of the 5 great families and a prestigious family sect. They produced world-class swordsmen who commanded the world from generation to generation, and they always had excellent warriors. And everyone in the world didn't hesitate to choose Namgung Dawi over Chung Myung. N-O-V-E-L-B-I-N-C on. And they knew this guy was the candidate for the next head. The fact that such a guy was unilaterally smashed without even being able to swing his sword meant a lot. Hyo De-jinan frowned and looked to one side. Smile. A subtle smile on the lips of Tang Gunak, who was next to Hyun-jong. And the meaning behind the smile, which he had assumed, made his stomach go cold. At that moment, Tang Gunak said, Congratulations, sect leader. Thank you. I am so curious. How the hell did you bring up such a monster? At the words of Tang Gunak, the eyes of all the sect leaders moved to Hyun-jong. Hyo De-jinan frowned and looked at Tang Gunak, who was leading this conversation. If he was speaking up like this, then everyone would pay attention. Smile. A subtle smile on the lips of Tang Gunak, who was next to Hyunjong. And the meaning behind the smile, which he had assumed, made his stomach go cold. At that moment, Tang Gunak said, "Congratulations, sect leader. Thank you. I am so curious. How the hell did you bring up such a monster?" At the words of Tang Gunak, the eyes of all the sect leaders moved to Hyunjong. Hyo Dajinan frowned and looked at Tang Gunak, who was leading this conversation. If he was speaking up like this, then everyone would pay attention to Hyunjong. And Hyunjong shook his head. Am I that worthy of raising that child? His calm appearance seemed different from the start of this competition. He was a tiger's cub from birth. Just because a dog raises it, doesn't mean that a tiger's cub becomes a dog. You are too modest, sect leader. If it was just Mount Hua's divine dragon, then those words aren't wrong. But isn't the entire sect now dominating here? Everyone went silent. Tang Gunak forcibly spoke it, knowing everyone would listen. Ha ha ha, because of Mount Hua, our Tang family is a bit hidden behind the shadows. Our children were confident in their skills, but compared to Mount Hua, our level is a bit shameful. That is an exaggeration. Tang Gunak looked at the faces of the other sect leaders. Everyone had a slightly distorted expression, unable to hide their discomfort. The fact that the sect leaders, who should be good at hiding their emotions, were showing it now meant that their feelings were piling up. Tang Gunak thought, if Mount Hua's divine dragon had not stopped by Sichuan, then I would be sitting here with the same face as them. No matter how much he thought about it, the alliance with Mount Hua was the best decision he had taken since becoming the lord of the family. And to flourish this fast. He thought it would take another 10 more years for their worth to change. But Mount Hua's divine dragon never lets his expectations come true. Anyway, just as Tang Gunak went to loudly continue, he was interrupted. Mount Hua's divine dragon is definitely amazing. Hyo Dajinan, who was watching this, spoke first. Tang Gunak frowned and looked at him as the man continued. And he isn't just strong. The kid's understanding of swords is amazing. It is shocking how a person who should be on par with others is this skillful. And he nodded as he looked at Hyunjong. But everyone knew what the words would be now. It is unfortunate. He has such talent. If he had a strong sect and one which could support him, he would have been a swordsman who would have gotten talked about for ages. Hyo Dajinan sighed. One cannot have everything, but it is still regretful. A tiger which should have had wings. A clever technique. Trying to raise the value of the child and lessen that of Mount Hua. What was more subtle was that if Hyunjong showed discomfort, then everything Tang Gunak did here would go to waste. But there was one thing Hyo Dajinan overlooked. Take a sneak peek at our latest recommendations here. Take a sneak peek at our latest recommendations here. Discovery feed. Ads by PubFuture. Hyunjong wasn't the one who didn't understand losses or what it meant to endure. And especially, he was used to being ignored like now. Even I feel a bit bad about it. Hyo Dajinan frowned at the calm words. But it is fine. Hyunjong looked peaceful. He looked at Chung Myung chewing down on the jerky and the disciples of Mount Hua around him. Because our Sahyung Saze can do the things Mount Hua couldn't do. The disciples all looked like warmth, like the sunlight on a spring day. Mount Hua isn't just Chung Myung. Some children can work together and protect Mount Hua along with Chung Myung. Even if there is no one to lead, if there was someone to move with us, wouldn't that be good enough? Hyo Dajinan coughed at this. It will not be easy. My kids are strong. Hyunjong's voice was resolute. And now the kids are proving it. And then a loud voice came. Next, Mount Hua's Yu Yisel. Yu Yisel held her sword and raised her head. Tang Soso looked at her. Say go. Without any words, she moved ahead with her sword. I will go, Sahyung. Yes. Bak Chon nodded his head. Don't be too nervous and show your skills. Yes. As she headed forward, Tang Soso shouted. Sego, you must win. But realizing something, she went silent. Yu Yisel, who had stopped walking, didn't turn and waited for the rest of her words to come out. Soon, Tang Soso smiled and said, Sego. With a little playful expression and sincerity. Fight and come back without regrets. Saying that you must win was a burden. Yu Yisel nodded and patted Tang Soso on the head lightly. Keep watching. With those words, Yu Yisale took another step forward. Zhou Gul, who was watching, asked Chang Myung. You won't say anything? What? She is leaving. Chang Myung continued to chew on his jerky and said, I only need to speak to idiots like Sehyungs. Sego doesn't need me to do that. Chang Myung looked at Yu Yisale, who was walking up. Because the only person here who wasn't ashamed of the name Mount Hua from the start was Sego. Watch carefully, he said. The spirit of Mount Hua is right there. Right over there. Ed, N, changed, single-edged, to single-edge. Chapter 305. I wasn't like that back then. I wasn't. 5. Yu Yisale looked at the person standing in front of her. Was it Peng Kyong? She couldn't remember names because she wasn't interested in it or them. Ignored. No, it wasn't that. What mattered was what kind of martial arts the opponents used and what characteristics they had, but not the names. There were countless ways to identify a person, even if not with a name. Fast. Her heart was beating a little faster than usual. She tried to keep her composure as much as possible, but it wasn't easy to maintain her composure. Yu Yisale took a small breath. She calmed her excited heart and looked at Peng Kyong. Heavy and strong. The Taoist teaching of the Peng family was to defeat, pleasure and wait one. The most striking feature among them was that they quickly defeated their opponents. In the face of their emanating force and heavy, thick-headed sword, victory and defeat were decided in an instant. I cannot keep looking at just the sword. A sword was something that made him turn together. It would be a sword dance that the opponent would think about, it would draw them in, entrance them. Right. That was what she was told. Yu Yisale, who had finally calmed down, completely drew her sword. SRNG. The sound of the sword being pulled out tickled her ears, and as soon as she held the sword in her hand, she felt calm. After getting old now, has there ever been a day when the sword left her hand? I am Peng Kyong of the Hubei Peng family. Mount Hua's Yu Yisale. The skills of Mount Hua have been very impressive. Your sword must be sharp too. Peng Kyong smiled brightly and raised their blade at Yu Yisale. If you can surpass me, then your fame will make the world roar. But do you have the power to do that? Yu Yisale looked at Peng Kyong silently. That person knew nothing. I never asked about it. Things like fame. Yu Yisale slowly lowered her sword. Is this fine? Said Yun Zhong, unknowingly feeling worried. Of course, he knew that Yu Yisale was the best. No matter how he thought about it, Yu Yisale was stronger than him. From an objective point of view, Yu Yisale was one of two skilled masters in Mount Hua. She was the only being who could be next to Bak Chon. Chang Myung. He has to be excluded from this list. He was a foul card. Yun Zhong glanced at Chang Myung, then looked back to Yu Yisale. It is almost double the difference. Although Yu Yisale wasn't small, the one opposite her was too big. When he looked at him, it was like the difference between an adult and a child. Will this be fine? Even before discussing the proficiency in their swordsmanship, he was worried about whether Yu Yisale's sword would even be able to handle her opponent's blade. Chang Myung. What? Sego will win, right? Chang Myung smiled. Why? Think she'll lose. Because the difference in size is just too huge. One accidental move. Ads by Pub Future. It won't happen. That guy cannot do that. He remembered. From the moment he first met Yu Yisale, she was chasing after him like a leech. Her obsession with the swords was unmatched by anyone in Mount Hua. And she was the one who didn't stop being behind their sword technique. It was back then. At dawn, when everyone was asleep, Yu Yisale was the first to climb the Lotus Peak before Chang Myung, who went there to practice alone. Before and after too. Yu Yisale never once missed training. It was the same even while receiving the training of Chang Myung. Training that pushed people to their limits. Even when the other Sehyungs were drowsy and exhausted, she always practiced. Chung Yang looked at Yu Yisel with new eyes. Rather than an obsession with martial arts. Her reason was unknown. Why was Yu Yisel obsessed with making plum blossoms bloom? No matter the fact that he was Chung Yang, he couldn't see into the heart of another person too. But there was only one thing he was sure of. Yu Yisel would have died as a ghost on Mount Hua if Chung Yang hadn't appeared and the Mount-Hua-sect was destroyed. Others may have taken a different path. Bak Chon, who would risk everything to defeat Jin Jiam Ryong, may have chosen a sect other than Mount Hua. Zhou Gul, who came to Mount Hua with a light heart, would have gone back to his family. Yun Zhong may have remained in Mount Hua. His purpose was to simply repay the favor. Even after losing the land that he lived on, he would have struggled with the sect leader to bring back Mount Hua. But Yu Yisel was different. Even if the disciples of Mount Hua decided to scatter away, Yu Yisel would have remained in Mount Hua and died right there. She would have settled near Mount Hua and walked on an endless path. A lonely path that no one could lead or help her with. If you ask me if she has the qualifications to be a strong person, then no. Chung Yang looked at Yu Yisel with calm eyes. But her qualifications as a swordsman are overflowing. More than anyone else in Mount Hua. Zhou Gul, who heard the conversation, looked at Yu Yisel. Seigo. The figure of her holding her sword was captured in his eyes. Phew. Breathing out. Yu Yisel, who got her breathing under control, looked at Peng Qiong, who said, "Do not give up. Yes. Don't do useless things for pride. What only matters is if the opponent is defeated and if your sword is fully shown." Tat. Without any drive, she rushed at Peng Qiong. A simple stab that was nothing special. However, this stab was a perfect combination of speed and form. Swish. The sword cut through the air and flew toward Peng Qiong's neck. Ha! As if her speed was greater than expected, Peng Qiong was a bit shocked and pulled back his sword to block his neck. SRRR. At that moment, Yu Yisel's sword, which flew swiftly in a gentle arc, cut through the thigh of Peng Qiong. Slash. Blood gushed out from his thighs with an eerie sound. Peng Qiong frowned and stepped back. Ads by Pub Future. His gaze went to his thigh, which he could feel soaked in blood. The wound wasn't as deep as he thought. The problem was that the wound came from a single hit. What kind of sword? It was a miracle that the sword that flew with such speed changed its direction in an instant. A sword devil. Yu Yisel's sword was different from what Mount Hua had shown till now. Unlike the other swords, which embraced splendor and weight, Yu Yisel's sword was concise and rational. Then I will get hit. Peng Qiong immediately threw out the disrespect and ignorance previously shown to his opponent and clenched his blade. I apologize for belittling you. At that moment, Yu Yisel's sword went for Peng Qiong's face again. Ha! Kang! Peng Qiong took a deep breath and raised the blade to counter it. No matter how fast and accurate her movements were, they couldn't get through his blade. The blade he used weighed at least 100 pounds. Just hitting any sword would make that sword break. Ah! Peng Qiong hit Yu Yisel's sword and leaped for her, who was widening the distance. 5 tigers breaking the door's blade. Tiger out of the den. A slashing movement that rushed to kill, followed by an incredible technique. When the unique weight and destruction of the blade came, it looked too strong and terrifying. Quang! The blade hit the floor. The floor turned blue, with cracks spreading away from the blade. Where? Not wanting to let her have time to move, Peng Qiong rushed for Yu Yisel again. The sword was sharp and colorful. But the blade was simply destructive. When dealing with flashy swords like Mount Hua's, it was effective to oppress them from the start. Peng Qiong, who knew this, took advantage of his strength. Yu Yisel retreats, and Peng Qiong rushes in. No matter how fast Yu Yisel was, the one who retreats cannot be faster than the one who pursues. The distance between the two narrowed right away. Peng Qiong, who put Yu Yisel into the corner, took a strong step forward. Wherever he stepped was shattered, and he put all his power into his blade and swung at Yu Yisel's waist to cut her down. Yu Yisel raised her sword and blocked it at her side. Saze. Bak Chon jumped up, panicking. It was too reckless to decide to tackle a thick blade like that with her thin sword. It was as if they could already see him hurting her. But that movement. When his blade touched her sword, Yu Yisel tilted it at an angle and softly pushed it. At the same time, her body rotated gently in the air. Ah! A look of embarrassment flashed on Peng Kyung's face. He didn't imagine that his slash would be deflected. But Yu Yisale didn't stop there. While spinning, she swung her sword and slashed Peng Kyung's chest. Peng Kyung was terrified and stepped back, but he already had a long cut on his chest. Fortunately, it was only a wound on the surface of his skin, but it was still a situation that made him worry. Unknowingly, he stepped back and looked at Yu Yisale. She is still attacking. In fact, looking at the results, it wasn't too shocking. She just jumped up to match his blade's movement and attacked him. However, the moment the sword and blade came into contact, the slightest mistake would have broken the sword. And his blade would have split her waist in half. Such things were impossible to try without being bold enough. But how could she do this so naturally? Cold sweat dripped down Peng Kyung's forehead. Personalized recommendations you can't miss. Personalized recommendations you can't miss. Discovery feed. Ads by PubFuture. Saze is that skilled. Peng Kyung wasn't the only one who recognized the greatness of Yu Yisale's movements. Bak Chan also looked at her in dismay. He knew she was strong, but only now could he fully realize her true strengths. But this was different. Regardless of high and low, there was something Yu Yisale had that Bak Chan didn't. The current Bak Chan will never be able to do what Yu Yisale just showed. Regardless of what he could do or not, he wouldn't have even dared to try that. Who would dare to do something that would change their life with one mistake? At that moment, Bak Cheon's ears heard the voice of Chung Young. Practice is something you do in order to perform in life. And the one who knows this the best is Sego. Chung Young spoke in a low voice. A swordsman must maintain a sharp blade-like rationality in any situation. It will be different from the Sasuks and Sehyung, who get excited with just simple things. That is why Sego is someone we all could acknowledge. At Chung Young's words, Bak Chan nodded his head. Indeed, there is no reason not to acknowledge her. But there was one thing that bothered him. Isn't she the one who gets the most excited when we spar? Chung Young gently pointed toward the stage. Don't say nonsense, and take a good look at that fight. You mean? Chung Young didn't answer. Yu Yisale lowered her sword. Idiot. She did it roughly, but it wasn't perfect. If it had been perfect, there would have been a deep cut on his chest, not a light one. But it was fine. Because her sword would become even more perfect with time. And one day, O, vel, b, jn.c, om. Yu Yisale's eyes were focused. After taking a short deep breath, she stepped forward. Tat. Yu Yisale's body, which touched the floor, moved forward like a shooting star. This. Peng Kyung clenched his teeth. Even though he was disappointed for a short time, a swordsman running at a blade was something ignorant in all forms. How dare you? Peng Kyung rushed at her with bloody eyes. I will cut you in half. His blade with the strongest blade chi rushed at Yu Yisale. And that moment. Pang! Yu Yisale's sword slashed Peng Kyung's sword at speeds invisible to the eye. Idiot! Peng Kyung tried to push Yu Yisale's sword, which was rushing down, away. If he fought with all of his strength, then Yu Yisale could never withstand him. Peng Kyung's blade met with the red sword chi of Yu Yisale's sword. At that moment. Bang! A loud explosion made Yu Yisale's sword bounce back. Ack! Peng Kyung's hand gripped the blade. He didn't miss the chance and slammed the blade at Yu Yisale's head. They seek the defeat of their opponent through pleasure and through weight, diplomatic approach, bribe them, undiplomatic approach, crush them. It is oppression through means, pleasure, or oppression through force, like a 100 pounds weight being thrown at you. Self-own, he is saying that even if he wasn't insensitive he would have no way of knowing. Chapter 306. A gentleman doesn't put in effort without a reason. 1. The sword was deflected, and Peng Kyung's blade fell for the head of Yu Yisale. It was all happening way too fast, as if in the next second, the head of Yu Yisale would split open. The disciples of Mount Hua jumped from their seats when they saw this, but then... Pang! Yu Yisale's sword, which had been deflected, flew like lightning and struck the blade of Peng Kyong. Bang! 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 Once, twice, thrice, and again. In an instant, 12 collisions happened between them. It was impossible to push Peng Kyong's blade back with a single hit, but it wasn't so impossible when multiple hits fell like this. Kwang! The moment the weapons collided for the 12th time, Peng Kyong's shoulder bent a little, and his blade was thrown back. Ah! Without a moment to even be shocked, Yu Yiseal's sword went for his throat. Swiftness, mumbled Chung Myung. Kuak! Peng Kyong turned his body to the side to avoid the attack, but he couldn't fully avoid it and ended up dodging into the sword with his shoulder, drawing blood. At that moment, Yu Yiseal's sword, which stopped mid-air, slammed Peng Kyong on the back. Thud! Peng Kyong's body managed to block the attack from the flat part of the sword, but then he fell down on the floor. Lose. Loss was a strong motivator. Peng Kyong turned his body to the side to avoid the attack, but he couldn't fully avoid it and ended up dodging into the sword with his shoulder, drawing blood. At that moment, Yu Yiseal's sword, which stopped mid-air, slammed Peng Kyong on the back. Thud! Peng Kyong's body managed to block the attack from the flat part of the sword, but then he fell down on the floor. Lose. Loss was a strong motivator. Damn it. Perhaps because of the shame of him, a blade user, being taken down by a swordsman, Peng Kyong got up in anger. However, when he saw that the sword of Yu Yiseal was seemingly flying at him in many different ways. Many changes. Peng Kyong couldn't stand straight and fell back. One falls like a lazy donkey. It was said that a lazy donkey rolls on the ground. This meant that the one with no hope would fall to the ground and stay there. The most reluctant method chosen by someone who had to save face. Rolling several times around, Peng Kyong went out of the range of Yu Yiseal's attacks and clenched his teeth, getting up. This damned. He couldn't calm himself. His opponent wasn't much stronger than him. The strength of her sword was nothing, and it didn't impact his blade. She didn't even have half the strength he did. Even if she was faster than him, wasn't it obvious that speed without strength was useless? And yet, strangely, he seemingly couldn't ever take the lead. Ads by PubFuture. Do not get excited. Peng Kyong bit his lip. He was bleeding from his lip. But thanks to the pain, his anger-filled head had calmed down a little. With strength, I will have the upper hand. I need to use it. It was disadvantageous to continue to be attacked by his opponent like this. It would be difficult to defend himself with Yu Yiseal taking the lead. Rather, attack. Attack first. Swish. November, L. B. J. N. N. He soon ran like he was hunting for his prey, and his fluid footwork was odd for his large build. Looking for a chance, he quickly narrowed the distance and swung his blade. The path of giving up on some strength and picking up more speed. He realized that if he used passive strength, then he would be attacked. He aimed for the wrist of Yu Yiseal with all he could. Like a hungry tiger chasing after a deer. In an instant, 5 attacks fell toward Yu Yiseal's hand that was holding her sword. If the body cannot be tackled, go for the sword. The moment her sword was broken, this game would be over. However, Yu Yiseal's eyes were focused the attack coming in. Kang! Kang! And she accurately blocked the blade. Each time they collided, her sword was pushed away slightly, but it never bounced all the way back. But there was no difference. When the sword and blade clashed, Yu Yiseal was slowly being pushed back little by little, and it slowed down her sword. Now, thinking he had a chance, Peng Kyong clenched his teeth and pushed his internal chi into the blade. He was ready to give his all with this technique, a technique which made his red chi form 5 figures in the air. It was like watching 5 red tigers sprint forward. The 5 blade chi attacks moved so fast that Yu Yiseal looked like their prey, but at that moment. SRRR. Yu Yiseal's sword drew a soft curve and gently pushed the blade chi to the side. Kwang! 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 All 5 of the attacks narrowly flew past Yu Yiseal. Tenderness. Tenderness was soft. Peng Kyong's eyes widened. Unable to understand the situation, he couldn't even hide his emotions, and Yu Yiseal didn't give him the time and moved toward him. This needs to be stopped. And Peng Kyong looked. The red plum blossoms that bloomed from the tip of Yu Yiseal's sword that was coming for him. The plum blossoms made of sword chi were so amazing to look at that it was hard to know if this was reality or fantasy. Ah! With his reflexes, he did try to swing his blade, but Yu Yiseal's sword, moving with the plum blossoms, evaded and stopped right in front of his throat. A drop of blood dripped from the neck, which was only slightly grazed. Ads by Pub Future. Peng Qiong looked at the sword pointed at him and sighed. I lost. It was a good match. Yu Yiseal pulled back her sword, put it into its sheath, and bowed to Peng Qiong. Suddenly, a shout from the hall. Illusion. An illusion to deceive. Chang Yang responded, looking at Yu Yiseal. Not all swords are the same. All sword techniques have their own sword intentions. Bak Chon nodded his head. My Sehyungs are obsessed with the sophisticated ones, faster and stronger ones. But that isn't all there is to a sword. Chang Yang was being serious here. He was far from his usual playfulness. Quick swords. Illusion swords. Curved swords. Heavy swords. There are many types of sword techniques. The quality of the sword technique depends on how well the person understands its meaning. Bak Chon looked at Chang Yang with heavy eyes. Chang Yang never spoke of this before. Till now, he only made him train their body and mind. But what Chang Yang was saying now was about sword techniques. There were things a swordsman needed to know in order to rise up. Think about it. What kind of sword do you use? The Mount-Hua sword is based on splendor, change, and illusion. To change quickly and deceive others. Right, that is the sword of Mount-Hua. So what about Wudang? Soft. Right. The softness. Chang Yang looked at everyone and said. Diankang's sword pursues a sword of swift nature, and the southern edge goes after heaviness. All of a sudden, Yu Yiseal descended the stage, and Chang Yang looked at her. If you are a swordsman, you must be able to understand not just your own sword form, but also those around in the world. Just because one mainly uses a quick sword doesn't mean they should use heavy sword movements. Then Saze. Right. Seigo was learning all of them. For a long time, step by step. All the sword forms out there. Chang Yang smiled and said. The sword is infinitely simple, but infinitely difficult too. Nevertheless, it challenges and understands. It does not stop pursuing higher realms. Nodding his head, he said. That is what a swordsman is. Something pounded inside Bak Chion's chest. This wasn't a story just about strength. One with the sword. Everyone pursues an ultimate sword. However, it is by no means an easy task to walk on the journey or digest many forms of swords. Li Song Bak. No. If Li Song Bak was like a patient person of the world who did the task given to him, then Yu Yiseal could be called a seeker. Considering that the sword of Mount-Hua was a sword that pursued Tao, it can be said that her sword was the true sword of Mount-Hua. I am ashamed. Bak Chion's face turned red. He was feeling proud of showing his plum blossoms to all. But he felt bad when he saw Yu Yiseal not speaking up and silently honing her sword. Bak Chon felt dazzled. It was too perfect that I cannot even speak. At the words of Yun Zhong, Chang Yang smiled. Take a sneak peek at our latest recommendations here. Take a sneak peek at our latest recommendations here. Discovery feed. Ads by Pub Future. There is no such thing as a perfect sword. There are only swords that seem perfect. Even sword techniques have loopholes in them when they meet a stronger opponent. There is no end to the sword. Everyone nodded at his words. Good grades. Achievements that may not be achieved with cheers. All of them were infiltrated with a sense of pride in their hearts just now. However, Yu Yiseal's sword and Chang Yang's words were enough to blow away those prideful thoughts. Chang Yang smiled as he looked at his Sehyungs. I did something wrong. Looking at Yu Yiseal, he felt a bit too excited and over-explained things to them. He knew that it was a bit too early for these chicks. But a day would come when they would truly understand the meaning of his words. And the sword of Mount-Hua will become deeper then. That was how martial sects worked. There was a limit to the power of a single person. Everyone looks at the same place but pursues different paths of the sword. When swords like that gather around and compete, then development is bound to happen in that sect. It is a far-fetched story for now. But someday, just like the Mount-Hua of the past, someday, Tang Soso was the first to greet Yu Yiseal. Seigo. She looked at Yu Yiseal with a wet towel in her hand and weeping eyes. She must have felt mixed emotions and was having a tough time speaking up. Did you see? Yes, Seigo. It was so cool. Yu Yiseal shook her head. It was clumsy. The weight distribution was clumsy, and my body was leaning back too much. I was lacking power in my lower body. There was too much strength being put in my hand, my movement wasn't smooth. I keep thinking about the same mistakes I keep making. I shouldn't be like this. The disciples all looked at her. Watching her reflect on the things she felt she did wrong, something hurt their stomachs, and even Chang Yang said nothing. Still, you won. Winning or losing doesn't matter. She looked up at the sky, the distant sky, without a word and sighed. All I had to do was finish it. The perfect plum blossoms. I am still a long way off. Everyone had an unknown feeling rise in him as they looked at her. A subtle sadness. Without even having time to identify the feeling, Yu Yisel looked at Chang Yang. Spar. Felt lacking. I want to check with a spar. Why me again? You won't die no matter how much I swing. I can do whatever I like then. Chang Yang looked at Bak Chon. Sasuk, there is something I didn't tell you before. What is it? Usually, the humans who decide to dig into the extreme path of swords are actually the insane ones. Be careful, Sasuk. In any case, Bak Chon relearned that not a single thing in this sect was normal. Chapter 307. A gentleman doesn't put in effort without a reason. 2. Head. Zhou Gul slammed down his sword with much excitement. Quang. Ugh. And with that shout, his opponent's back twisted. Zhou Gul didn't miss this chance and smashed the ankle of his opponent with a clean kick. Ack. His opponent took a tumble in the air. Of course, Zhou Gul didn't simply let this happen. Zhou Gul's sword fell toward his opponent and smashed into them. Ack. With a faint scream from his opponent, the man flew far past the boundaries of the stage. The winner is Mount-Hua's Zhou Gul. Huik. Huik. Zhou Gul took a deep breath. The ending was exciting, but it wasn't an easy match to win. Had he been careless for even a single moment, he would have lost. It is getting tough. The 9 great sects were one thing, but the 5 great families were another. The remaining few were all higher skilled opponents. And the Moyong family's Moyong Day, who he was facing now, was someone he wasn't sure of beating. But I won. Was Chang Yang like this too? Even when there was nothing to gain from winning, winning had to come first. Zhou Gul could now agree to such a statement. When he straightened his curved back, cheers came pouring in. Mount Hua hasn't lost. Oh my gosh. They won every fight. If this is the case, doesn't that mean 4 out of the 16 will be from Mount Hua? Ha ha ha. To witness this with my own eyes. The audience was all too shocked by this revelation, so they were bluntly speaking their minds. This was no easy matter. The people who say they are from prestigious sects will not be able to raise their heads now. To hear that Mount Hua raised 4 such warriors. 4. It is 5. Why 5? You know, the righteous sword of Mount Hua. He had to withdraw due to an injury, but he defeated Jin Jiam Ryong, who is considered to be the possible best in the world. How can you forget him? I had heard about that. Besides, I heard that he is the oldest within the Mount-Hua sect. There is no way that the second disciple of the sect can be weaker than their saddles, right? One divine dragon is enough to make them proud, but there are 4 as good as him. The future of Mount Hua is so bright. Now all they have to do is win. Everyone had expectations for them. At this point, they wanted Mount Hua to win. Because it would be more fun to watch that than to see the obvious winners win. And they started to think that their expectations might turn into reality. It was so hard. Zhou Gul grumbled, going back to his seat and making Yun Zhong frown. Why have that face when it was only 1 spar? Sehyang. I don't know about the others, but I hate hearing such things from Sehyang the most. Sehyang comfortably went to a higher spot. Yun Zhong smiled brightly. They chose to put me into a different spot. I cannot go and fight just because I want to, right? Ugh. Ads by Pub Future. Zhou Gul let out a deep breath. It was Chung Yang who should have been given a default position. However, they drew paper slips and rearranged the charts to prevent any cheating, and Yoon Jong was automatically sent up a round. If Yoon Jong only had to fight one more time, Jo Gul would be happy. How can these bloody bastards do such a thing to me? Chung Yang would have shouted this when they pulled out the random slips. But fortunately, it was Yoon Jong, so he didn't seem to care. I don't know why they're doing this. To make us look bigger. Yoon Jong smiled. Shaolin is a big sect. And it is a good thing that they want to prevent any talk of injustice about their sect. If they keep making these matches happen with the preset matchups, then everyone should be sure what these results would be. It will probably make the sects question Shaolin's relationships, but that cannot happen, right? November, L. B. J. N. N. But don't you think they picked Sehyung because they simply wanted to? Coup. That cannot happen. Yoon Jong coughed. I, too, want to prove my sword like the rest of you. But, unfortunately, they automatically advance me, and I will have to wait now. Sehyung. Ah. Your saliva is leaking out. I already wiped it. Yoon Jong had a more serene smile on his lips. In a competition like this, how nice was it to move ahead without even having to fight? It is said that if one lives a good life, a blessing will come. The heavens have blessed me. Right. Actually, how could he describe the suffering he had gone through till now? He was the great Sehyung of the Chung disciples but had turned into nothing because of the youngest of the Chung disciples. Considering the pain he had suffered till now, even the king of the underworld would weep for his pain, saying, "You already went through hell above, so there is no need to go through hell here." So shouldn't such luck be nice? Don't like it too much. The fact that the spars would change doesn't mean we don't know who will come next. I am confident with whomever I meet. Then what will you do if you meet me? Then that day will be when the reorganization of the Chung disciples happens. Ugh. Jo Gul grunted. Seeing Yoon Jong enjoy it this much made his stomach feel upset. Not everything in this world can be solved this easily. But it worked out quite fine till now. Ever since we came to Shaolin, I mean. Ugh. Yoon Jong smiled brightly. It seems like the Shaolin is giving me positive energy. I will be aiming for the finals now. Yoon Jong laughed louder and more ferocious than ever. Finals. Ah, right. I said finals. Yoon Jong turned his head. He caught the gazes of those in the audience. Everyone looked at him with sad eyes. The next was his Sehyungs and Sajays looking at him by clicking their tongues. Jo Gul, who was at the front, was giggling. That brat. Seeing Jo Gul smile made his stomach feel upset. It almost wanted him to run down the stage and smash that mouth. But Yoon Jong couldn't do that now. Reason? Quite simple. His eyes turned to the opponent he dreaded. I like the easy win. You fucking dogs. Is this what it means to push me up the chart? The guy on the other side smiled and opened his mouth. Ads by Pub Future. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. What is the point? Just swing your sword, right? The lips curled into a smile. But cold sweat was dripping down Yoon Jong's back as he gripped his sword. Now that I have a good chance, I really need to know just how much the skills of Sehyung have improved. Now, let's check. At the sight of Chung Myung smiling like a devil, Yoon Jong closed his eyes. What? Heavens bless me. They abandoned me. Why? Exclamation mark. There were 15 more fucking people, so why did it have to be this devil? No. These Shaolin bastards must have no brains. People of the same sect are being put to fight. Even if they clash with each other, this is nothing more than an accident. Why? Why is this bastard on the other side of me? Yoon Jong looked at the stage with wet eyes. Hyun Jong also looked at him with a sad face. Sect leader. But the moment their eyes met, Hyun Jong turned his head away. Everyone gazed at him with pity, but not one of them moved to help him. Why? He. This was because the reason they felt sorry for him was approaching, laughing at the thought of punching him. Chung Myung. Ah. It seems like you forgot, but I am your Sehyung. I know. Haven't forgotten yet. No. I think you forgot. Yoon Jong gulped and said. Think about it. What will the people think about Mount Hua if you beat me like a dog? Look at those hot-blooded disciples. Or maybe call me extremely skilled. They will call me dog's food. Ah, is that so? He did say that, but Chang Nyang's lips didn't stop smiling, and an ominous laugh leaked out. When such a smile comes, it means something bad will happen. Then why don't we do it in moderation without getting each other hurt? Chang Nyang nodded. I like the idea, Sehyang. Ah. Really? There are times when even this idiot understands. But, Sehyang. Ah. Sehyang seems to have forgotten something too. Ah. Chang Nyang slammed his sword to the floor. Quang. The stage made of solid blue stone was crushed like mud. He whispered the next words. Does Mount Hua half-ass things? The blood on your head isn't even dry yet, and you speak about half-assing your work. When did I? Right, you never half-ass. Ah, right. And I am older. You madman. If you fight well, then you're older. Find out more personalized content here. Find out more personalized content here. Discovery feed. Ads by PubFuture. Yoon Jong covered his face. Something was wrong with this sect right from the start. But Yoon Jong drew his sword. Don't forget it, Chang Nyang. Ah. I am your Sehyang, and I am the great Sehyang of the Chung disciples. Right. I always knew that this day would come. I cannot be swayed around by you forever. Oh. Seeing Yoon Jong pull out his sword with such determination, Chang Nyang smiled. Want to try it? I don't think I will win. But like Sego and Sasuk, I will be proving myself here. There is nothing that I lack. Yoon Jong was determined. Come. I, too, will be someone leading Mount Hua one day. I will show you that I cannot simply lose. Kua. Chang Nyang nodded, impressed. Surely you will. He looked straight at Yoon Jong. It seems like I underestimated Sehyang. As well as the figure I saw of you in Yunnan, Sehyang is definitely a person who has pride, comparable to the other proud disciples of Mount Hua. Yoon Jong's lips twitched at this. It was quite nice to hear such words from Chang Nyang, who was stingy with compliments. Chang Nyang mumbled. You won't lose your will. He nodded. Fine. I will just have to treat you right this time. Ah. SRNG. Chang Nyang suddenly pulled his sword from its sheath. Chang Nyang. Why are you pulling your sword out? Don't make people anxious. With the sheath put aside, Chang Nyang raised his sword toward Yoon Jong. If a warrior promises to prove his will, it is polite to deal with them with full power. Don't worry, Sehyang. I will do my best too. Should I feel happy about this? Ah. I should feel happy. At that moment, Chang Nyang began to move with a blade-like force. Yoon Jong's body trembled as he was at the receiving end of this guy's antics. See, come on. The referee watching this raised his hand. Then let's start. Referee. Yoon Jong, who was ready to fight, called for the referee. And he shouted. I withdraw. Silence fell through the place. Yoon Jong avoided Chang Nyang's and the referee's gazes as he mumbled. A gentleman doesn't put in effort when not needed. But isn't Sehyang a Taoist? How can a Taoist be a gentleman? I have to live. I also want to live. Bak Chon, who was watching this, smiled happily. Ul. Yes, Sasok. Bring that bastard with you. Yes. Bak Chon relaxed his neck to the left and right. That guy is my saddle. The sect must be going back in time. Well, this works too. Chapter 308. A gentleman doesn't put in effort without a reason. 3. The Tao wasn't just a pursuit. Just as plum trees endure a long and cold winter only to finally bloom beautiful flowers, pursuing the Tao requires persistent patience. Therefore, Yun Zhong was being patient. That was the true Tao. You were thinking, right? Young Zhong raised his head slowly. The back disciples had surrounded him with their eyes looking like blades. Ah! Such cruel eyes. Their eyes rebuked the sin he had committed. But Zhou Gul. He saw Zhou Gul, who was between the back and Chung disciples. Yun Zhong's cheeks trembled at the sight. Why are you between them? Exclamation mark. I. Bak Chon, who was sitting in the center, crossed his arms and blinked. I'm angry, I. The great disciple of the Chung disciples surrendered from a spar. And did he even swing his sword even once? No. Yun Zhong looked around the room with an unhappy expression. But the back disciples growled as if they had no intention of listening to him. He walked out, acting cocky because he had sharpened his skills these days. A disciple of Mount Hua surrenders. Surrenders. Break the fucking head of this devil. Yun Zhong closed his eyes tightly. It was like a circle of curses was surrounding him, where the smell of prey lingered. But wasn't this embarrassing? No. No. Wait. How dare you speak? Yeah. Why did you surrender? Why won't you answer? Can't open that mouth. Huh. Excuse me. If it was fine to get angry, but if you are going to group up like this, should NTI be given some leeway? Should I speak or not? And Zhou Gul, stop snuggling with them. This bastard. Then Bak Chon took a deep breath as he spoke. There are so many people watching, and a disciple of Mount Hua surrenders. What will the people think of Mount Hua? Sahyang don't. It is such a huge problem because of the people here. Does it make sense for a Sahyang to surrender to a Saze? Exclamation mark. Isn't it like our sect runs backward? Exclamation mark. At least you should have swung the sword a little. Swing and lose. In the end, Yun Zhong couldn't stand it and spoke, feeling unfairly treated. Isn't that something that people will see? What? Although the back disciples were glaring, he confidently spoke. Sasuk is right. I cannot help but surrender. You were requesting me to die. I had to show my will even if Sahyang cannot see my intention. Oh. Bak Chon tilted his head. Then why did you do that? That bastard doesn't even care that I am his Sahyang. He will start from my head and break me down to my toes regardless of the position. That bastard should NT even be in Mount Hua. Isn't he the kind of guy who will hit everyone regardless of their money or strength? Would such a person even consider me as his Sahyang? Think rationally. If he were to beat people in moderation, I would swing my sword. He is someone who will make me go insane with the number of times he hits me, right? Ads by Pub Future. Yun Zhong spoke confidently. Among everyone here, only those who will say they will fight with Chung Myung despite getting their heads broken and not surrendering should speak to me. At those words, the back disciples all turned their eyes away. They didn't want to say it, but in fact, no sane person who knew Chung Myung would want to fight with him. A look of pride flashed across Yun Zhong's face. This was logic that everyone would admit. Ah. Zhou Gul. Why are you standing on the other side of me? Bak Chon, who was listening to it, looked at Yun Zhong and nodded. Yes. You were right. Sahyang. Aren't you letting him off too easily? Quiet. The back disciples didn't like it, but Bak Chon frowned and pressed down their dissatisfaction. Yun Zhong. Yes. Sasuk. I fully understand what you are saying. Sasuk. Yun Zhong looked moved at those words. As expected, Bak Chon was a person who could be reasoned with even if he was from Mount Hua. But you know. Ah. No matter how much I think about it, the choice you made was a mistake. Even if we understand, will he understand? Ah. Him. Bak Chon pointed with his chin. Yun Zhong, who turned at the gesture, finally looked at him. The image of Chung Myung, who was bringing money from the gambling table and walking towards them with a subtle smile on his lips. N-O-V-E on. The back disciples, who looked at Chung Myung approaching, slowly moved back. Yun Zhong began to tremble. What are you all doing? Nothing. Chung Myung squatted next to Yun Zhong, who was kneeling, and placed his hand on Yun Zhong's shoulder. Sehyang. You have a reason, right? Ah. A cold sweat began to trickle down Yoon Jong's forehead. A reason. Right, it will be there. There is no need to sweat and bleed for nothing in front of an opponent you cannot even beat. Wouldn't it be better to surrender and conserve stamina? Yoon Jong glanced at Chung Myung. He was smiling too brightly that he couldn't tell if he was faking it or really smiling. If he thought about it, it is strange that people fail to understand what happens in the mind of a smiling person. Yoon Jong glanced at Chung Myung and slowly answered. Ah, right. Of course. You aren't being sarcastic, right? Ah. Does Sehyang think I would do that? Ah. I don't think so. Thinking about this guy doesn't have the leisurely attitude to make jokes or be sarcastic. He was the kind to jump at the person and break their heads. Yes. I thought so too. Yoon Jong's face looked red. Whether his Sasuk criticizes him or not, if this one could understand. But things don't turn out the way we want, right? But you see. Ads by Pub Future. Chung Myung, who was smiling, continued. Then why did you pick up the sword? Ugh. Chung Myung began to stretch his legs in his squatting position and kicked Yoon Jong. Kuak. When Yoon Jong bounced on the floor and fell, Chung Myung got up and screamed. Why would a person with that reason even bother holding a sword? Exclamation mark. If you only want to hold the sword at your convenience, become an official. Chung Myung had lost it. No. What now? What was that? Reason. You freaking idiot, will you go and talk peace with the demonic sect too? No. You. In a second, Chung Myung turned into a mad dog and began to run for Yoon Jong. The back disciples, terrified of what he would do, caught him. Chung Myung, calm down. You can do whatever you want in our room later. Calm down for now. The back disciples, who wanted to crush Yoon Jong until a second ago, were now trying to stop Chung Myung. Reason. Rationality. Such a rational man decided to be stuck in the mountains and train his ass off. Why did this rational bastard even join a sect? You are like a human looking for meat inside of a temple. You are the one who brought meat into the temple, though. What? Nothing. Yoon Jong went silent. But his gaze turned to Chung Myung holding a piece of meat jerky in his hand. Maybe Yoon Jong would have felt a bit embarrassed if Chung Myung didn't have it currently. I am out of my mind. Angry. Shameful. After being hit 3 times by Chung Myung, Bak Chon, and Yu Yisale with their words, Yoon Jong bowed his head. There are times when people surrender. And these bastards don't even realize that. You see. I will kill you for real. Jo Gul, who was trying to help, backed away with those words. And then he heard something. Everyone is here. Sasuk. Sasuk. An Jiam approached them with a smile. I watched the spar. Sasuk. With tears in his eyes, Yoon Jong ran to An Jiam. When he was next to An Jiam, Chung Myung growled like a hungry tiger, but he could no longer harass him as he did before. Seeing Yoon Jong run to him, An Jiam smiled and immediately reached out and grabbed his ear. Ak. Sasuk. Sasuk. My ear. You come with me. Ak. My ears will fall out. Ears. Shut it. I cannot even lift my head as I am so embarrassed as the head of the White Plum Blossom boarding house. How dare a great disciple do that? Follow me without another word. Everyone stared at An Jiam, who was dragging Yoon Jong by the ear. Was Sasuk such a person? And they heard a mumble. Everyone is walking on the same path. Everyone. All the disciples sighed in unison. Walking wasn't easy. With every step, his wound throbbed. However, Lee Song-bak didn't show such an expression and moved forward. This wasn't the time to cry. Because the wounds of the Southern Edge sect disciples, who suffered, were bigger than his. He sighed, looking around. Personalized recommendations you can't miss. So heavy. It looked like the remnants of defeated soldiers returning back to their homes. Well, this was expected. Defeat was something that could not be felt right away. The more time passes, the more the emotions build, and the more one understands what they lost, and with that, the pain would build. Southern Edge had lost too much in this competition. Maybe to the point of not being able to recover from it. Lee Song-bak looked to the sky. The collapsing sect. Lost souls. and those left with just despair. All of that weighed heavily on him. Yet he didn't bow his head. Did you also start from here? No, it must have been a more excruciating feeling of despair. But unlike Southern Edge, which had fame and people, Mount Hua was left with nothing. Yet Chang Nyang had led his sect out of this state in just a few years, despite nothing but being surrounded by despair. Can I do it? Li Song-bak closed his eyes. He couldn't dream of doing it in the same explosive manner as Chang Nyang, but if Chang Nyang could do it in a span of a few years, he wondered if he could get it done in a decade or so. If he worked hard and tried again. The long, long way. The road was so long that everything felt impossible. Can I take such a road? Ah. At that moment, Li Song-bak's legs faltered, and he staggered. Grab. The sazae next to him reached out and supported him. Sehyang, are you fine? Just a little pain, that is all. Li Song-bak looked at his sazae. Sehyang. Something he hadn't heard in a while because his sajays were reluctant to talk to him all this time. He didn't know that such a person would even support him when falling. Right. As Li Song-bak nodded, the sazae looked at him with a bit of a humble face and a little hesitation. I Sehyang. When we go back to the Southern Edge sect, could you teach me the sword technique you used? Me? Yes. The sazae hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice. It is a little difficult to ask Sasokan elders. Li Song-bak glanced around. The sajays were all looking at his side. But those eyes didn't have contempt like in the past. Is that fine? Weren't you learning the 12-movement snow flower technique? Why yes but. The sazae scratched his head and said. After seeing Sehyang and Mount Hua's divine dragon spar, we thought that maybe the 12-movement snow flower sword technique isn't the answer. I see. Li Song-bak turned his head and looked at where they had left from. Shaolin was looking far away now. And there was the man. Disciple Chang Nyang. Chang Nyang opened the path for him. And maybe he opened the path for Southern Edge through that spar. It wasn't known if this was intended or not, but one day, we will meet again. And then, Li Song-bak would repay the favor he received. After staring back, he turned his head and looked around with an unwavering gaze. Let's go. When we return to Southern Edge, there is a lot of work to do. Yes. Sehyang. The steps of Li Song-bak leading back to Southern Edge had more strength in them. Chapter 309. A gentleman doesn't put in effort without a reason. 4. Mount Hua, with its spirit, had brought as many as 3 disciples to the finals. Chang Nyang, Yu Yisel, and Zhou Gul won without any major wounds. Why did you win? What do you mean, Sehyang? No. It just feels weird. Don't say such words. Don't you think it's natural for me to win? Seeing Zhou Gul stick his stomach out, Yun Zhong felt like he was free. He had walked away from the spar with Chang Nyang to live, but didn't his friend also win due to the luck he had? Who would have thought that a one-time victory would have such an outcome? Well, it could be said that having 4 from the same sect make it to the quarterfinals was great, but having 3 was also quite a number. In retrospect, there had never been such a huge achievement, even in the old days when Mount Hua was strong. Therefore, the disciples of Mount Hua were more careful around their appearance. Existing sects cannot look at us with good eyes. Obviously, their eyes will be blazing up in anger. So everyone, never let your guard down, and always be careful of your words and actions. It made sense. None of Mount Hua's disciples wanted to become the rebel that blocked this huge wind of change that was siding with Mount Hua. Everyone was careful, even when doing something simple as taking a sip of water. However, the situation unfolding before them was a little different than expected. What is all of this? Bak Chan looked at the things piled up in the hall with blank eyes. Some boxes and chests were stacked taller than a person's height. Gifts. Gifts. Did someone have a party? It wasn't that. Hyunyang replied with a smile. The 9 great sects, 1 union and the 5 great families sent us presents to congratulate us. Ah. Bak Chan looked back at the tower of gifts in surprise. All this. It was surprising that they had received such a large number of gifts, but doubly so, considering they had come from those two factions. No, why them? They want to befriend Mount Hua. Ah? Asked Bak Chon with a blank face. He was also an intelligent person who could read the atmosphere. The 9 great sects had secretly cast him out, and now they openly changed their attitude. This is a gift from the Qingcheng sect. Ah. This one is from the Beggars' Union. Even beggars are sending us gifts. Hyun-young was happy and excited, sorting the gifts. And this Wudang too. Hyun-young, who was mumbling, smiled. This is the first time I have ever received so many gifts from others. I am sure I can experience such a thing in Shaolin, but not on Mount Hua. It is nice that I have lived long enough to see such a day. Then he shouted at his disciples. The gifts are coming even now, so carry them all inside. Yes, Elder. The disciples from Mount Hua rushed up and began to carry the gifts in. Yoon Jong, who was watching this, asked with a face unable to understand. Then why are the 9 great sects even sending us these things? Didn't I tell you? They want to befriend us. With us. Not long back, they were trying to pounce on us. That. Then a muffled voice came from behind. Those bastards have always been like that. You. When he turned around, he saw Chung-young walking around, mooncake in hand. Always been like that. Ah, right. Ads by Pub Future. He smiled at the mountain of gifts. They calculated that there was nothing wrong with being close with us. This fast. Rather late, according to me. Underdogs must be trampled, but if that isn't possible, just stand next to them. And if one wants to stand in the same place, it is better to be friendly. This meant that now the 9 great sects were convinced that Mount Hua would regain its former power. Finally showing their true colors. Among those missing were the Hainan and the Southern Edge. Southern Edge had already left Shaolin. If there were any left, they'd rather die than send gifts to Mount Hua. And the Hainan wasn't in a position to send gifts if Mount Hua returned to the 9 great sects, as there was a high chance that they would be pushed out. But the 9 great sects, or at least some members, had no reason to avoid having a good relationship with Mount Hua. Of course, it was still embarrassing, though. Bak Chon frowned. But this is too blatant. Blatant. It is just that they are holding back. Now what is that supposed to mean? Chung-young smiled without answering. In the old days, when he was famous as the Plum Blossom Sword Saint, gifts from those who wanted to have a good relationship with Mount Hua came in each day, and they piled up in the training room. Compared to back then, this was nothing. Anyway, what the old bastards are doing hasn't changed. But the 9 great sects. Do you think that there is something great about the 9 great sects? It is a place where people live, that is all. Don't they know that we aren't the kind to get close just because they send us gifts? What if we don't? Ah. Chung-young sullenly asked. If they don't send it, will they look good in our eyes? No, that wouldn't be it. Bak Chon had a bitter expression on his face, feeling a bit convinced. Chung-young spoke sarcastically. I don't think they are going to impress us with these gifts at all. But they know that sending something is better than nothing. Bak Chon shook his head. But wouldn't it be better for us to send it back? It is making me uncomfortable. I don't care either way. Ah. Fine. What? Chung-young pointed behind Bak Chon, and feeling strange, Bak Chon looked behind himself. Send it back. To give this back. Terrified, Bak Chon waved his hand. Ah no. I didn't mean to send them back. Right. Hyun-young smiled softly, and Bak Chon sighed, drenched in a cold sweat. So scary. He would never forget the expression he saw. He was afraid he would dream of it. Chung-young shrugged and said, why refuse the gifts they sent us? They will only send them back twofold and fill the entire place. And isn't emptying the fortune of the enemy the basis in warfare? Bak Chon looked at him with blank eyes. Why? No. It is just that words about warfare from your mouth are so strange. As Chung-young was about to say something, Hyun-young nodded and said, Chung-young is right. Whatever their intention, it would be polite to receive their gifts first. I am upset, but returning their gift isn't good. Excuse me, Elder. I think something is wrong with your mouth. Are you really upset? Despite that smile on your face? Ads by Pub Future. But Bak Chon couldn't ask such a question. Asking Hyun-young things surrounding money was a taboo. There is just one problem. Problem. N-O-V-E-L-B-J-N.C. Hyun-young patted his chin and looked at the presents. If we take it like this, it might be a little embarrassing the next time we once again get sent gifts. Right. So, we have to repay them. It would be good for us to send a nice gift. Ah. Bak-chon nodded his head. When one party accepts gifts unilaterally, it turns into a bribe. We need to think of a good way. The problem is that we don't have any specific things to send as gifts right now. Hyun-young pondered for a moment and looked at Bak-chon. I think we should head to the village down from here. Are you telling me to buy something to give them? Right. It isn't good to push this to a later date. It is better to send a return gift right away. Yes. Don't worry. Bak-chon, who was speaking, asked with a frown. But what do I have to buy in return? I don't know. Hyun-young spoke confidently. I, too, have come here for the first time, so how can I know what we can even get around here? Just go and buy anything you think is fine. Don't worry, Jo-gul. Yes, elder. Help Bak-chon. You are from a merchant family, so you will have an eye for things. Yes. Even so, Hyun-young thought for a moment. It would be difficult for two people to buy gifts to send for so many sects. I will send Yoon-jong and another. And Yisrael. And Bak-chon too can. Hyun-young slowly turned his head. And he looked at Chung-young coughing into his fist. You want to go? Chung-young looked at Hyun-young with bright eyes without even answering. Hyun-young let out a groan with an anguished face. Since they worked hard, the desire to play around for a day was understandable. There was still time until the next spa, so going down to the village wasn't a huge deal. But, can I really send this one down? This was a separate issue from being cute. Looking at him every day was fine. His eyes wouldn't hurt, but it took a lot of determination to set them free. UAK. Are you sure it's not going to cause us trouble? EHH, elder. When did I ever cause us trouble? I have seen it too many times. However, Hyun-young finally sighed and nodded. Yeah. Go together. Elder. Think again, elder. This is too reckless. So terrible. Protests came in from all directions, but Hyun-young shook his head and said, Isn't that why I am sending you all with him? You are the most familiar with Chung-young, so you can stop him if there is a problem. Elder, even if people get burned often, it doesn't mean they get used to it. H is like a fire that burns hotter each time we get in contact with him. Just once again. Tack. Someone's hand fell on the shoulder of Bak-chon, who was trying to persuade Hyun-young. When he turned his head, he looked at a bright smile. Sasuk. What? Think again. Sasuk might know. What? Chung-young smiled brightly. Is there a high chance I will cause trouble following Sasuk? That is. If not. The bright sound resounded. Is there a higher chance of me creating trouble because of being left alone, lonely, wandering with a broken heart, and breaking the heads of the other sect disciples? Bak-cheon's eyes fluttered wide. What do you think? No matter how much I think about it, it seems like the answer is already decided. Bak-chon looked at Chung-young with narrowed eyes before closing them and sighing. This was a direct threat. Yes. Let's go. Come on. Right. Chung-young smiled brightly. But, one day, I will hit that face. Bak-chon, who knew that his wish would never come true, sighed. We will leave now, elder. Yes. Take this with you. Hyun-young took money out of his pocket and handed it to Bak-sang. Choose something good that is reasonably priced. Yes. I will choose the best product. You don't know how to speak, though. Hyun-young frowned, feeling frustrated. Then, Chung-young immediately grabbed the pouch. Don't worry, elder. It looks expensive on the surface, but not that costly. I will try to pick something that isn't expensive but useful. Hyun-young smiled brightly. Yes. My Chung-young, how is it that you understand me this well? Bak-chon frowned. Maybe his personality is. Those who have been left out with good character, shut your mouths. Bak Chon bowed his head. Yoon Jong put his hand on Bak Cheon's shoulder and patted it. It is fine, Sasuk. You can lose too. I don't want to be comforted by someone who gives up. Yoon Jong looked sadly at the ceiling. This rotten sect. There wasn't a single moment when one didn't bite another. Then, we will leave. Yes. Be careful. Yes. As they walked out, the Bak disciples approached Hyun-young. Are you really fine? Of what? No. Chung-myung is. It is fine. AR. Still. Hyun-young smiled. Even if they get into trouble, no one will break our noses, right? If you have time to worry about those people, we should actually be worrying about the people in town. They were the Bak disciples who thought that the Taoist part of the Mount-Hua-sect had ended. Chapter 310. A gentleman doesn't put in effort without a reason. 5. There was a small village on the peak of Dengfeng, which was in front of Mount Song, where Shaolin was located. On this peak were many people who came to visit Shaolin. Although Shaolin itself accommodated visitors and gave them most necessities, those who wanted to see Shaolin, but did not follow the temple rules of Shaolin, flocked to the village below it. Also, the Murim competition was currently ongoing, meaning Dengfeng was having a prosperous time. Here is the tea from Luoyang. And warm bottles of wine. Come in quickly. Here, 1 summon noodles. Right. 1 minute. The staff took orders and carried food while running on their soles, all the while becoming sweaty. The people who were seated together at the tables were all busy talking. And, of course, the topic was Mount Hua. Who could have imagined this at all? Right. When the competition started, I thought Shaolin and Wudang would be the only fierce competition. If I had to add another sect, it would have been the Namgung family. Right. Those who were talking nodded their heads. But Shaolin has only 1 person remaining, and Wudang too, just 1, and Namgung has none. He. Everyone must be shocked. Subtle emotions flashed across their faces. Watching the huge mountain, the 9 great sects, shake gave the people a weird feeling. It was a mixture of pleasure and anxiety. 2 emotions were now coexisting. But what if it goes on like this? Shouldn't Mount Hua win? As if that could happen. It isn't wrong to be optimistic. And Mount Hua's divine dragon cannot not be called the best in the world. He is a monster. Well, even if one was an elder of any sect, they couldn't have taken down Namgung Dawi like that. The reputation of him being the best was no lie. Then, wouldn't Mount Hua's divine dragon be the winner? When everyone was talking in an excited voice, 1 man cut him down, N-O, vel, B, in.c, om. Still, he cannot win. Those who sat at this table looked at the fat man on the other side. Why do you think so? Well, it is simple. Because this is Shaolin. What is that supposed to mean? The man shrugged his shoulders and said, You don't think that Shaolin actually put this competition together for the sole purpose of bringing all the sects together, right? If Shaolin hadn't been confident in winning this competition, they wouldn't have organized it. Think about it. Lose now. What a disgrace that would be for them. I have heard it. The fat man nodded and continued. It is true that the performance of Mount Hua is surprising, but winning is a whole different thing. Perhaps the victor will be by Shaolin's He Yun. Isn't that too arrogant, though? It seems like you are outright ignoring Mount Hua. Of course, it would be an exaggeration to evaluate Mount Hua with just 1 competition, but isn't it clear that the strong ones are on the side of Mount Hua? TCH. The fat man clicked his tongue. You don't get it. I never ignored Mount Hua. I am just saying that Shaolin cannot be taken down easily. Of course. Mount Hua is doing a great job. There are many talented people in that sect, but Shaolin is Shaolin. There are many kinds of those talents within Shaolin too. Isn't Shaolin called the stable star in Kango? No matter how great Mount Hua's divine dragon is, Shaolin cannot be defeated. At that moment. Ads by Pub Future. Thud. Suddenly the door burst open, and a man walked in. What? Who is reckless enough that person is? Silence settled into the diner, and the crowd was wide-eyed. Mount Hua's divine dragon. Is that Mount Hua's divine dragon? Why is he here? All those gathered here came to Shaolin to watch the spars. There was no way they wouldn't be able to recognize the person who was the most discussed contestant in this competition. If there was only one problem. He looks angry. He seems to be upset about something. No, did he hear this conversation? The face of Mount Hua's divine dragon, who had burst through the door, was distorted. Chang Myung's eyes looked left and right, and those who met his eyes immediately bowed their heads. If you make eye contact, we will be destroyed. Pretend to be asleep. Pretend to be asleep. Even those who weren't interested in Mount Hua can be ignorant of the rumors spreading around. The nature of Mount Hua's divine dragon is first class. Everyone would leave the seat in his face. Nothing good comes from being tied to him. It was a case of undermining the popular man, so rumors like that weren't paid attention to, but the rumors surrounding Mount Hua's divine dragon tended to be accepted like that. The reason? Didn't those watching have eyes? There were so many eyewitnesses, and they all said he was equally vicious and evil regardless of being on or off the stage. In the end, the rumors about Chang Myung were accepted without a doubt. So everyone had no choice but to avoid his eyes. Chang Myung looked around with bloodshot eyes, making everyone flinch. Server. Chang Myung flew into the diner and took a seat in the corner. Server. Yes, yes. Coming. Here. First off, meat. Give me meat dishes and alcohol too. What's there for drinks? We have all you can think of. Then, only 5 bottles of beer. Yes. Just 1 minute, please. I will bring it right away. Alcohol first. Yes. As the server ran into the kitchen, Chang Myung sighed. No, why are there so many people in this small town? Then, the door opened, and more people came in. How many times do I have to tell you the door is opened with hands and not legs? You rotten idiot. Just give up now, Sasuk. He isn't the kind to fix his bad habits. Summon, summon. Samay. I will get you some summon, so calm down. Summon. Bak Chon covered his face with his hands. There isn't a single decent human around me. Ads by Pub Future. Joe Gould smiled bitterly. Well, I am glad we at least have a table. Why are there so many people in town? Right. That too. I don't know what that guy would have done if he had gone around a couple more places. Bak Chon, knowing that Chang Myung could not be controlled, decided to get him a meal. As a result, he couldn't help but be confused by the crowd that had gathered in the meantime. It was literally heartbreaking to watch Chang Myung, with his bloodshot eyes, confirming that every diner they went to turned out to be full. Bak Chon walked over to the table where Chang Myung was and sat down as he sighed in relief and a little sense of shame. Soon after him, the other disciples took their seats. The server came running with a bottle. Afraid to put it down, he was hesitant, and Chang Myung grabbed the bottle and then opened it, drinking from it. Gulp. Gulp, gulp. They all smiled, watching his cheeks move so fast. How can he be this twisted? He is a true bandit. Maybe he picked the wrong mountain and ended up here. He should go to a mountain with bandits, but it seems like he stepped into Mount Hua. Actually, Mount Hua now isn't much different from bandit. Joe Gould. Yes. Even if that is true, there are things in the world which should be spoken of. I was short-sighted. After paying close attention, Bak Chon sighed again. Kua. Chang Myung put down the empty bottle, though it was closer to tossing it. This was a spectacle worthy of applause that anyone could relate to. Unless it was a Taoist doing it. Normally no one would pay attention to such acts. Because there were too many things one would notice around them, and yet everyone was looking at Chang Myung. Those who glanced at their table began to mumble. Aren't those people the disciples of Mount Hua? Yes. The one in the center is the righteous sword of Hua. And the one to the side of him is Mount Hua's divine dragon. And the others are all those who did well in the competition, right? That disciple Yu Yisrael is the great disciple of the second class, and next to her is Joe Gould, the other third-class disciple. Ah. Doesn't this seem like a dream? Prick. The disciples of Mount Hua's eyes and ears began to twitch at those words. Seeing the people who lead Mount Hua gathered in one place. It feels eye-opening. Not just leading Mount Hua. Aren't they the ones who will lead Kango too? Such unusual force they have. Bak Chon coughed at it with a blush on his face. So embarrassing. Of course, it was. Had he ever received so much praise far from Mount Hua? Wherever they went, the 9 great sects were praised, but the disciples of Mount Hua had never experienced this before. Of course, they were sparring in Shaolin and receiving cheers, but this and that felt different. The righteous sword of Mount Hua is truly handsome. Isn't Yu Yiseal's sword technique beautiful too? And it is my first time seeing such beauty in my life. Mount Hua's divine dragon is as good as his name. Bak Chon bowed his head. I can hear everything, you wonderful humans. They were whispering to each other, but there was no They were whispering to each other, but there was no way they could not hear it. Joe Gul and Joe Gul and Yoon Jong were blushing, and seemingly Yu Yiseal was the only one who didn't care. Ah! Chang Myung. Chang Myung was now taking down his second bottle. Chang Myung. I don't know who the one next to them was, but the other 5 have already started to be referred to as the 5 swords. 5 swords. Mount Hua's 5 swords or the Plum Blossom 5 swords. Actually, aren't Mount Hua's divine dragon, Bak Chon, Yu Yiseal, Joe Gul, and Yoon Jong already considered to be the strongest ones out there? It seems like the 3 swords of Wudang. Right. Right. 5 swords. Bak Chon was a bit shocked at this. What? How come I never heard of this? In many cases, the person doesn't realize the fame and words going around. Thanks to their performance in the spa, the fame of Mount Hua's disciples skyrocketed. But isn't 5 swords a bit strange? Why? Only 3 of them went further up in the competition, so 5 swords is a bit. No. Bak Chon withdrew from the competition due to an injury, but he is said to be one of the strongest in Mount Hua. I did hear that. Anyway, don't question it. There is no logic when the title is already spreading around. Soon, they will all get nice titles too. Yoon Jong and Joe Gul's lips were twitching. It is nothing. Something felt weird. Getting a title meant that the person they were talking about was strong. In other words, Joe Gul and Yoon Jong had become strong people who could stand up for themselves. Feels nice. When Chang Myung asked, both of them coughed. Oh, of course. I can guess by looking at it. I might die from happiness. He. Seeing this, Chang Myung smiled. You still have a long way to go, you brats. Actually, considering what they had done, the spreading rumors were too late. After the competition, their fame will spread even faster. At that time, the server brought the dishes, and seeing that Chang Myung nodded. Let's fill our stomachs. And server. Bring 5 more bottles of Kaoliang alcohol. Stop drinking. Why did you order 5 and drink 3 by yourself? Why are you acting as if you'd die from not drinking? 1 glass. 1 glass. 1 for me. It was the time when the disciples were drinking and feasting on chicken legs. Kick. The door opened with a group of people walking in. Link. Bak Chon, who looked at him, was shocked. Beggars Union. The ones who came were people from the Beggars Union. Usually, they get their meals by begging, but when such events happen, they often pay. Of course, it wasn't a pleasant sight for dinner, but it was impossible to kick out a customer. Table. The Beggars Union who entered inside looked around for a table. Bak Chon went back to focusing on his food. Ah! But then one of the beggars who was looking around strode ahead with wide eyes. Cho Sam,